हाँ?
So good morning, class. तुम्हारे बैच में से किसको मैं ईमेल सेंड करता था? कोई था ना जिसको सेंड किया था? लास्ट टाइम किसको सेंड किया था? पीपीटी। हाँ, नाम बताओ। के KAND.Kalpesh6। हाँ, ठीक है। PTNS PD सेंड किया पहले पहले PTMSJoshi.pj. So I'm sharing some CSV files. Please share it to others. Okay. Mails है. Hello. Got it? Send it to Avir. We'll work on these files. भेजा. So guys, I'm sharing one CSV file, and today the sessions would be very important because we would be working on pandas. Okay. Send. Guys, everyone got the file? Credit risk circuit file है सबको मिला? Okay, let's get started. And open a new Jupyter notebook. एक new Jupyter notebook open करो because today we will be working on pandas. So as a data analyst, as a data scientist, every time you would be working on pandas. ठीक है, ऐसा कोई दिन नहीं आएगा जब pandas नहीं आएगा. And probably you'll realize why Python is so powerful because of these libraries, pandas, numpy. They have made it working on pandas, working on Python for data analytics very easy. Please थोड़ी देर बातें नहीं करो. सबका फाइल ऐसा दिखता है? Did you open the file? Confirm two things. Everyone got the file? Open the file. Open a new Jupyter notebook. ये तीन चीजें करी? Okay. Now everyone stop and just focus over here. So this is the file. Name of the file is credit risk, right? I want to read this file in my Jupyter notebook. So first time probably I'm taking the external data. अब तक सारा internal data था. We have created our own data. So in real life, obviously you have to work on the external data. So first of all, import pandas as PD. Okay. What is pandas? Pandas is a library and PD is a alias name. So for example, when we were saying in SQL, create table as something, whatever, right? So this PD is just a variable name. So you can, instead of PD, you can take any name, कुछ भी नाम ले सकते हो, but you have to always take PD because everyone uses PD. So even I will use PD. So as soon as person sees PD, he will understand that something related to pandas is being done. Other, okay. Now I want to read the external file. I want to read the file. So for reading the file, what I'll do, I'll say pd.read and I'll say underscore. Okay. Okay. Before I write the command for reading the file, so for reading a file, what all do you need? Everyone, please go on mute. Amol. Reading a, yes, tell me. हाँ, ये अमोल कुछ कह रहा है. अच्छा, he has gone on mute. हाँ, tell me. You are saying, sir. Please continue. Yes, for reading the file, you need to know the location. File है कहाँ पे? File का नाम भी होना चाहिए. And you should also know the type of the file. ठीक है? All these things are necessary. Otherwise, you cannot read the file. Okay. So everyone would be knowing कि उसने file कहाँ रखी है. Suppose my file was over here. So do one thing, click on the properties and select this location. सब लोग साथ में करो. Select this location. Those who are computer savvy, probably उनके लिए बहुत easy है. But कुछ ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने पहली बार शायद computer use कर रहे हैं. So go to the location, select the location. No one will write the location. सब लोग copy करेंगे because if you start typing it, you will obviously make a lot of mistake. Location copy करा सबने? उसको copy करो, वापस come back to the Jupyter notebook. pd.read_csv लिखा सबने? Write it. pd.read_csv and within the colons, within the quotes, paste it. Do this much and let me know. यहाँ तक करा? Okay. So what is this? ये मेरा file का location हो गया. Location. Now I need to give the name of the file also. So name of the file is nothing but this thing. इसको copy किया. यहाँ पे आए. Put a slash. Again have a look. Put a slash and paste the name. Put a slash and paste the name. Done till this point. Again, I am repeating, copy this name, come over here, put a slash and paste the name. So location done, file name done. Now what is the type of the file? Type of the file is CSV, .csv. Can you notice? So इसको यहाँ पे copy करा और if you don't want to copy, just say .csv. And after reading this file, store it in some variable. And now run it. How many people get error? How many don't get error? वैसे error can be, error आ रहा है? क्या error आ रहा है? Are you getting the same error which I am getting or any different error message? Same error message. अगर same error message है, then there is no problem. We already have the solution. Put R over here and run it. R stands for your raw format. So it was trying to read in the byte format, Unicode format. I am saying read it in a raw format. File read. If you don't get error, it means file has been read. अगर error नहीं आया, it means file read हो गई है. Read. Just wait. जिन का read हो गया, just have patience. And आज का सेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होगा because you are working on pandas. ठीक है? Whenever you are building any model, pandas would always be coming. We will see all data cleaning, data preparation, sampling, everything. प्लीज कंफर्म करो किस किसका रीड हो गया, जस्ट रेज योर हैंड। हो गया? व्हाट अबाउट यूट्यूब? यहाँ पे फाइल रीड हुआ है? हेल्प हिम आउट। ठीक है, ठीक है। तुम्हारा हो गया ना? Those who have joined remotely, guys.
So mine didn't happen.
Pardon?
Mine didn't happen. I'm getting an error.
And what's the error message?
It's a name error.
Name error. Check the path again. Check the file name again. If it is saying file not found or file does not exist, it means either path or the file name or the type. Either of these three or the combination of these three is wrong.
Okay, so I'll check.
Yes. Please read it. क्यों इतना शोर हो रहा है?
Hello, sir.
Those who are joined online, guys, have they done? Okay. Anyone जिसकी file अब तक read नहीं हुई है? So there are 1 or 2 people in class. सब लोग एक folder create करेंगे. If not, उसमें सारे files download करते रहते सारे files because going forward बहुत सारे files हैं. By the time your these 3 months, you may be having 50-60 files. Okay, so सारे files together. Okay. तुम बताना जब तुम्हारा फाइल लीड हो जाए. फाइल डाउनलोड हुआ उसका? आई होप सबने एक नया जुपिटर नोटबुक ओपन किया, राइट? Put it, mark it as pandas. उसको नाम pandas नाम से सेव कर लो, और any name which you remember, because huge amount of code will come and probably you will need this code entire of your life, because every time when you are building the model you have to do your data cleaning, sampling, everything. ठीक है? So today probably some theory will also start. Okay, so please 2 minute बातें नहीं करो. So cr.pd.read_csv. So what is this CR? CR is just a variable name. I hope people can understand this much, because equal to के left hand side में आ रहा है, and anything on the left hand side of equal to is always a variable name. So I have read the file and I have stored the file in a variable name, right? So if you run the type function on CR, you get this thing. You get, it is a pandas data frame. Data frame है ये मेरा, ठीक है? सबने यहाँ तक करा? साथ में करते चले जाओ. Code would be simple, but huge number of code would be coming. So I have checked the file pandas.code data frame. ठीक है? Now I want to see how many rows, how many columns it has. कितने rows हैं, कितने columns हैं. ठीक है? So what I can do is, what is CR? CR is the name of my data frame. And if I say dot and if I press tab, do you notice कितने सारे functions इससे आ रहे हैं? If I don't call it infinite, but then huge amount of functions are coming. Can you notice? कितने सारे function हैं? Okay, but if I say shape, it tells me 981 rows and 13 columns. सब लोग please करो, और इसके आगे command लिख दो. It's a very simple one. You will always remember. It tells number of rows and number of columns. Later on, I'll tell you many different ways to read the file. Many different ways to read the file once you are comfortable, little bit more comfortable. थोड़ा जल्दी लोग करेंगे. And please keep on putting your comments, number of rows and number of columns. क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है? क्या इश्यू आ रहा है? स्क्रीन, कौन सा स्क्रीन? मेरा स्क्रीन से नहीं दिख रहा? अच्छा, उसके मोबाइल. ओके, सॉल्व, इश्यू सॉल्व हुआ. ओके, चलो ठीक है. सो cr.shape, स्टार्टिंग में कोड बड़े सिंपल लगेंगे, धीरे से कॉम्प्लिकेट हो जाएगा. ठीक है, तो ध्यान दिए रहना. ठीक है, एंड लॉट मेनी एक्सरसाइजेस आई विल आस्क यू टू डू. सो cr.shape, it tells me number of rows and number of columns. So how many rows do I have? 981 rows. And how many columns do I have? 13 columns. अब यहाँ पे एक चीज ध्यान रखना है. So some person might have run this command, कुछ ऐसा रन कर दिया होगा, तो एरर आ जाएगा. Okay. It will give an error. So shape function is little bit different over here. It gives you number of rows and number of columns. Okay. Now, if I want, let me say only number of rows. सिर्फ number of rows में जाते हैं, कितने number of rows हैं? Then what I can do, cr.shape, and I can say 0. So it will pick the first entry. Okay, if I want to know only the number of columns, so I'll say columns and I'll give 1. Okay. These are quite obvious things. With experience, you will seem to be very obvious thing. Number of rows and number of columns. Done. Another way to get number of rows and number of columns is I can say cr.n calls, or let me say n. नहीं, cr dot n रो तो नहीं चलेगा. cr dot n. ठीक है, नहीं आ रहा तो फिर ठीक है. अच्छा. So number of rows, number of columns, and then let me say cr dot head. So cr dot head will show you top 5 records. पहले के 5 रिकॉर्ड दिखाएगा. ठीक है. Write a comment in front of it. Top 5 rows. ठीक है. If head will show you top 5, then tail has to show you last 5. देखते हैं last 5. ठीक है. अगर last के 5 रिकॉर्ड देखने, then you say cr dot tail, and if you want to see the top 5, and this thing. Okay. Now, over here you can have many variations also. Let's say I want to see only first record. तो क्या कर सकते हैं? What I can do is I will come over here and I'll say 1. If you want to see only first record, say 1. If you want to see 2, then say 2. If you want to see 10, then give 10. If you want to see 9, if you give 9, whatever numbers you want to give. So if I give 9, it will show you 9 records. Default is 5. अगर कुछ नहीं दिया तो 5. Otherwise, you control it by this. Clear? And same thing can be done in your tail also. So it shows last 5, but if you say last 8, so you can give 8 also. It will show you last 8 records. अब तक कोई प्रॉब्लम आया? नहीं ना? ठीक है. नहीं आया, मुझे पता है। अभी आएगा थोड़ी देर में। थोड़ा और एक्सप्लोर करें। ओके, सो and soon I'll tell you what this data frame is. Later on we'll build a model also on this data. Now I have 13 columns. If I want to get the name of all the columns, then what I can do, I can say cr.columns. It will give me the name of all the columns. सारे columns का अगर सिर्फ नाम देखना है मुझे, it will give me the name of all the columns. And write a comment. I hope people are writing the comment. Name of all columns. Done? Acha, no. So basically, before I move ahead, let's talk about this data set. So I'll give an explanation what this data set is. So this data set is of, so most of the columns, if you see, are, you can understand the meaning also, but this data set belongs to the people who have taken the loan previously from the bank, right? So when you take a loan ID or the application number is generated and all these things. So when you apply for the loan, the bank will ask you for your some details. It will enter your gender, whether you are married. Okay. So gender as male and female, married as yes or no. Dependents, how many dependents are there in his family? Education, whether the person is graduate or non-graduate. So will education impact the loan? Probably it can, right? Gender also it can impact, though it should not impact. Self-employed, yes and no. So whether you are salaried or whether you are having your own some business, right? So self-employed may also impact your approval of loan or not, because sometimes the self-employed, they have a fixed income. So bank may give more priority or less priority. Applicant income. So income of a person who is applying for the loan. So this income is in dollars, US dollars per month. ठीक है, तो ये मैं सोचना रुपए से. It is US dollar per month. Co-applicant income is the income of your spouse or the guarantor. ठीक है, again in per month and US dollar. Loan amount, for how much loan you are applying, this is in your thousands. So when I say 152, it is 152,000, 1,52,000 USD. Loan amount term. Loan amount term is for how many months you are applying, for how many months you are taking the loan. So 360 means the person has taken loan for 30 years. Okay, 12 3 36. Credit history. So credit history, you can see somewhere it will come 1 and somewhere it may come zeros also. Somewhere it is NaN also, you can, if you can notice. So credit history, kabhi wale ad dekha hai, when a person is going to take a loan, CIBIL score jisko kehte hain India mein, theek hai na? So credit score. So 1 means the person has a good credit history, and if it is towards 0, it means credit history is bad. Okay. So credit history 1 good means if you have taken any previous loan, you have repaid in time. And if it is less than 1 or towards 0, it means you are not a very good customer. Malia type ke ho, bhag sakte ho. Okay. Property area. So in property area, you can see semi-urban, urban, and you can also see rural. So in which area probably you are taking the property, that may again impact. Now loan status is whether your loan was approved or not. So Y implies that bank approved your loan, and N implies bank did not approve your loan. Okay. So this is the understanding of the data. Okay. So later on we'll build the model, definitely not today. But as of now, let's do our understanding of the data, what all analysis can we do. Okay. So do you notice this is the applicant income? Okay. Now, if I run, so basically how to get a column. from a data frame. अब सब लोग ध्यान से देखेंगे. So how to get a column from a data frame? There are two ways in which probably you can get a column from a data frame. One is, so if you want to select, if I want to select this column, first of all, I need to tell from which data frame this column will come. उसके बिना तो हो ही नहीं सकता. Right? So I'll say CR, and that what is the name of my column name? Column name is applicant income. Then what I'll do, I'll start typing applicant income, and I'll press tab. Autofill कर देंगे. Do you notice it selects the column? वही same values यहाँ पे आ रही है. Applicant income. मैंने क्या चीज select की? So 05849 or whatever. अच्छा ये हाँ देखो 5849 4583 3000 2583. Can you notice? ठीक है. सब लोग प्लीज रन करो इसलिए. सबका आ रहा है? Okay, this is one way. Another way, which is also equally popular or sometimes more popular, is again. So if I want to get a column, first of all, I need to tell which data frame. Then what I'll do is either you use single quote or you use double quote. That is your choice. Preferable is single quote, and put the name over here. So my mistake. All right. You get the same thing. So these are the two ways to fetch a column from a data frame. Okay. Do both of them. Done? Okay. Now comment one of them, whichever you want to comment. Suppose I want to find the mean. What is the mean of applicant income? I want to do some more analysis. कि इसका mean कितना है, median कितना है, maximum कितना है. Then I can say mean. So what is CR? CR is the name of your data frame. Applicant income is the name of the column. अगर हमें mean निकालना है तो बस लिख दिया mean और run कर दिया. So it gives you the mean. Now if you want to find the median, just run this much. Let's see median है कि नहीं है. If you want to find the maximum, बस maximum लिख दो. If you want to find the minimum, then write minimum. Okay. And there is nothing for me to explain because function name itself is very clear. Mean will give you mean, median will give you median, max will give you max, and min will give you min. एक क्वेश्चन पूछूं सबसे. नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन याद आता है? याद आता है? ओके, तुम बताओ. तुम चारों को प्रेजेंटेशन देना भी देना. जरा एक क्वेश्चन का आंसर करो. Have you done the mean and median? Mean and median आ रहा है. What is the value for mean? 5179 point something. What is the value of median? 3800. After seeing these two things, can you tell me, is this right skewed, left skewed, or normally distributed? And why? So मुझे देख के आंसर करो. Is this right skewed, left skewed, or normally distributed? and also support your statement with some answer. Is this right skewed, left skewed, or normally distributed? And why part भी बताना. बताओ, तुम लोग तो पढ़ के आए थे ना सारी थ्योरी. Right? Why? What is right skewed? But right skewed होता क्या है? Tail is on the right side, okay? तो उसमें क्या होगा? उधर आके ड्रॉप. And others also start thinking, is it right, left, or normally distributed? Yellow. ओके, तो इसमें मीन ज्यादा होगा या मीडियन ज्यादा होगा? मीडियन ज्यादा होगा. ओके, पर यहाँ पे तो मीडियन कम है. तो मुझसे राइट स्कूप क्यों बोल रहा हो? कंफ्यूज कर गए तुम आओ बताओ. तुम हंस रहे हो उसके ऊपर. ठीक है, बैठो वहां पे. तुम ही बोल रहे हो. What do you think? Is this right skewed, left skewed, or normally distributed? And why? ये क्या है? वहां पे आके जब बोला तब तो बताया नहीं. What do you think? राइट होगा, लेफ्ट होगा? ये डायग्राम जो तुमने बनाया है राइट का है, लेफ्ट का है? राइट का है. ठीक है. So what do you think? So mean is 5179. लिखो वहां पे. Mean is 5179. 5179 and उसके नीचे लिखो median is 3800. Median is 3800. What do you think? Is this right, left, or normal distribution? Normal distribution की प्रॉपर्टी याद आ रही है? Mean should be equal to median, but is the mean equal to median? No way. So it means normal distribution तो नहीं है. That option is ruled out. So either it is left or right. अब तुम्हें बताना है ये left है या right है, and why. वेट करो, तुम्हारा भी नंबर आएगा.
राइट सर.
ओके. हाँ, क्योंकि मीन ज्यादा होने से क्या होता है? ठीक है, क्या बैठो. बोला तुमने ठीक है कि राइट है, बट तुम्हारे माइंड में क्लैरिटी नहीं है कि राइट क्यों है. ठीक है. मीन इज मोर देन मीडियन, सो दिस वुड बी योर राइट स्क्यूड. व्हाई? बिकॉज रिमेंबर मैंने एक एग्जांपल लिया था. सो लेट्स से कॉलेज का प्लेसमेंट और किसी का बहुत ज्यादा प्लेसमेंट हो गया, देन सडनली योर मीन विल चेंज. याद आता है? सडनली योर मीन विल चेंज. एंड देखो, इसीलिए मैंने मैक्सिमम भी डाल दिया था. मैक्सिमम इज 81,000, which is much more than your mean or the median. It means there are few rich people who are shifting the mean. Remember, when a high value comes, the mean will change very fast, but median will not change very fast. याद आ रहा है? एक कॉलेज प्लेसमेंट का एग्जांपल लिया था. Someone gets a placement who is having the income in dollars, उसको इंडियन रुपीस में कन्वर्ट करके डाला था. Then suddenly the mean shifted very fast, but median did not shift it. Remember? So if mean is greater than your median, obviously it would be your right skewed. इसको सब लोग नोट डाउन करो वापस. So if your mean is greater than median, it has to be right skewed. It has to be right skewed. Later on इस पे plot भी करेंगे matplotlib से. If mean is greater than median, it has to be right skewed. ठीक है? Okay. So now let's do one more thing. What is percentile? तुम आओ, percentile का फॉर्मूला लिखो. हाँ, और कौन? तो उससे क्या हुआ? कभी पढ़ोगे नहीं वो? तो तुम्हें तो 4 दिन दिए ना, फिर भी पढ़ के नहीं आए. तुम ऑलरेडी इतना वीक हो, फिर भी घर में पढ़ाई नहीं कर. ठीक है, और कौन बचा है? दिस इज नॉट एक्सेप्टेबल. ठीक है, कि मैं एब्सेंट था तो मैं वो करूंगी नहीं. तुम डेटा साइंस में कुछ नहीं कर पाओगे फिर लाइफ में. ठीक है, और वो जो बेसिक स्टैट्स है ना, दैट इज मेन थिंग. पूरा डेटा साइंस उसी के ऊपर बेस्ड है. अगर तुमको ये नहीं पता मीन का सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है, मीडियन का सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है, यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू डू एनीथिंग इन योर लाइफ एज अ डेटा साइंटिस्ट. 4 लोगों में से 2 तो हो गए, और कोई था ना? कौन? अच्छा, तुम थे क्या? जैसे तुम आज आगे बैठ गए, मैं पीछे थे. चलो ठीक है. मैंने क्या क्वेश्चन दिया था? परसेंटाइल का फॉर्मूला. ठीक है, बैठो. So P upon 100 into n plus 1. So for example, so if I want to see the percentiles, so what I can do, I can say CR dot applicant income dot, I can say quantile. So when I run this thing, or let me say, so this, do you notice it directly gives you the median value? ठीक है, 3800. ठीक है, इसको प्लीज रन करो. So remember, another name of percentile is nothing but your median is nothing but your percentile only. एक सेकंड में. ओके, सब लोग प्लीज इसे रन करो. सब लोग प्लीज इसे रन करो एंड आई विल आस्क समवन टू एक्सप्लेन. तुम एक्सप्लेन करने वाले हो दीस नंबर्स. व्हाट आर दीस नंबर्स? ये नंबर्स क्या डिनोट करते हैं? Okay, you tell me. So if I say median is equal to 3800, what does this means? एक सेकंड, वो ही बोलो. What does this means? 50%? What? पूरा सेंटेंस कंप्लीट करो. Median कितना है? Median is 3800. What does 3800 indicates in this data? एक मिनट रुक जाओगे, उसको बोलने दोगे। Median is 380. My question is little different. What does this 3800 indicates? वो तो मुझे भी पता है मीडियन 3800 है। इसका सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है? let him answer. जिन लोगों को बहुत जल्दी आंसर करने की, वेट करो, तुम लोग का भी नंबर आया, पूछूंगा तुमसे। डेटा साइंस में बहुत कुछ है पूछने की, और बहुत पढ़ाया भी, सब पूछे। घबरा गए तुम? हाँ बताओ, व्हाट इज 3800? What does 3800 indicates in this data? It is median, but इसका मतलब क्या है? वो मुझे भी पता है, मिडिल वैल्यू होती है। Thanks for enlightening me. Or rather, just to give you one more hint, if I say 60th percentile is 4301, then what does 4301 implies? Or rather, if I say 70th percentile is 5000, then what does this 5000 implies? इसका मतलब क्या है? पढ़ के नहीं आए तुम चारों? तुम बताओ। 50% ऑफ क्या? चलो तुम बताना चलो।
It tells us that people have less value than.
थोड़ा और बेटर करो आंसर। Okay, just try answering this thing. Let's say 70th percentile is 5000. Then what does this 5000 implies? This 5000 का मतलब क्या है? What message does it conveys to your mind? नहीं।
Sir, approximate data comes within this range.
Approximate data comes within this range. नहीं, ये ऐसा तो मैंने कुछ बताया नहीं। And what तुम जो बोल रहे हो, that is holding true only when it is normal distributed. ठीक है, 68, और ये तो नॉर्मल है नहीं। सेवेंटियथ परसेंटाइल, so let me say if 0.7 is 5000, it means 70% of the people are earning less than or equal to 5000. So for example, let me say CR dot shape, how many people are there? There are 981 people. So अगर मैं 981 का 71% कर दूं, 981 into 0.7, so how many people will come? Around 686 people, or you can say 687 people. So around 687 people are earning less than or equal to $5,000 per month. ये इसका मीनिंग समझ में आ रहा है? It is less than or equal to. Now do you notice 90% of the people are earning less than or equal to 8,750. But do you notice top 10% are earning very huge amount? तो तुम्हें दिख रहा है how the incomes are skewed? गरीब के पास कम है और अमीर के पास बहुत ज्यादा पैसा है। ठीक है, $81,000 पर मंथ काफी बड़ा अमाउंट हो गया। ठीक है, सबको समझ में आ रहा है? So when I say median is 3,800, it means half of the audience, around 50% of these people, so around 490 people are earning less than or equal to $3,800 per month. ये इसका मीनिंग है। ठीक है, सब लोग प्लीज नोट डाउन कर लो हाउ टू मेक अ स्टेटमेंट। मीडियन का मतलब सिर्फ मिड वैल्यू तो होता है, बट उस मिड वैल्यू का मीनिंग क्या है? So if median is 3,800, it means 50% of the people in this data are earning less than or equal to 3,800. ये इसका मीनिंग है। If median is 3,800, it means 50% of the people are earning less than or equal to 3,800. Clear सबको? Okay. कोई भी क्वेश्चन का सही आंसर नहीं दे पाया? थोड़ा घर पे पढ़ाई करो guys, please. I am again requesting. थोड़ा आगे बढ़े. Now, so do you notice I have said 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.8, 0.9, and then I have given 1. If you want, you can see in between also. If you want to see, you can say 0.95 also. So it will give you 95 percentile, or if you want, you can say 0.99, whatever. Okay. So do you notice 95% of the people are earning less than or equal to this much. और जो ऊपर का टॉप 5% है वो काफी ज्यादा अर्न कर रहा है, ठीक है ना? और if you want to compare with your 90% of the audience, 90% are earning around 8750, but the top 10% are earning very huge amount, ठीक है ना? So इससे क्या सीखने मिलता है? अगर वो टॉप 10 में रहोगे तो बहुत कमाओगे, ठीक है? तो वहां आने की कोशिश करो, ठीक है? Shall we move ahead? And see guys, one more thing I will suggest. Now, see, learning data science, अगर तुम्हें मीडियन पता भी है, let's say, और मीन, उसको बोलना भी तो सीखो. जब तुम किसी इंटरव्यू में जाओगे तो थोड़ा टेक्निकल वर्ड तो यूज करोगे, राइट? या सिर्फ इतना बोल दोगे मिड वैल्यू होती है, उससे काम नहीं चलेगा. समथिंग टेक्निकल यू नीड टू ब्रिंग, ठीक है? अच्छा. So what I've done is I have seen mean, median, max, whatever. Now there is one more function which can probably give you huge amount of information. That is your describe function. Run your describe. It will directly give you the count also, mean also, standard deviation, minimum, 25, 50, 75, max. It can directly give you this thing, describe function. Done. Achha. Now, how many columns we have? I have some more columns. So, for example, I have this column, gender column also. Okay. So, let me take the gender column and I'll say cr.gender. Now, what is this gender column? In this gender column, you are having two types of values, either male or female. Right. So, can I say this gender column doesn't contain the numeric data? Male and female numeric to nahi hai, right? So it means if you want to find the mean, probably mean to nahi niklega. Because mean is a numeric function and it can be applied only to the numeric data. And you can see the same thing also, cannot concatenate a string or whatever. So all the mathematical operations which you can perform on the numeric data cannot be performed on the non-numeric or the string data. So obviously, again, if you want to find median, तो वो भी नहीं निकलेगा. ठीक है ना? Median, or if you want to find maximum or whatever. All these things are your numeric thing, right? But let's run a describe function. देखते हैं describe क्या देता है. So describe gives me something like this. सब लोग please run करो, and then I'll explain you what this is. Run. अच्छा, थोड़ी देर 1 मिनट इस डेटा को ध्यान से देखो, ये 4 नंबर्स, कोई बता सकता है क्या मैसेज दे रहा है? ऑब्वियसली आई एम गोइंग टू एक्सप्लेन, दिस इज न्यू, आई हैव नेवर एक्सप्लेन, बट कुछ चीजें बड़ी ऑब्वियस सी होती, कोई समझ सकता है ये क्या है? टेक अ मिनट एंड देन लेट मी नो, टेक अ मिनट, पहले सोचो फिर बताओ। काउंट दे रहा है, यूनिक दे रहा है, टॉप दे रहा है, फ्रीक्वेंसी दे रहा है। FREQ is your frequency. Okay, let me take this up. See, do you notice count is 957? But when you ran the shape function, count was something else. Count कितना था? 981. तो count तो कम नहीं हो सकता. Count is less. Why? Because there may be some null values. Because of null values, the count has gone down. And then it says unique. Unique means distinct. How many distinct things you have? It is saying 2. And obviously we know that those 2 are your males and females. Then topmost category is male. And how many times male is appearing? 775. That is how you read it. For example, let's take another column just for more clarity. In property area, do you notice there are 3 levels? Semi-urban, urban, and rural also. So if I run this thing, cr.property area dot, let me say describe. So it tells you unique 3. So there are 3 levels: urban, rural, and semi-urban. Count is 981. Probably there are no nulls. And topmost category is suburban, and suburban is appearing 349 times. That is what the meaning is. So when you have a numeric data, it will give you mean, median, and all those things. When you have a non-numeric data, it will give you count, unique, top, and frequency. Done? Suppose, let's come back over here. So from this cr.gender, I come to know that, or let's say from cr.property area, I come to know how many times semi-urban is appearing, but how many times rural is appearing, how many times urban is appearing. तो वो कैसे पता लगेगा? ठीक है? So उसके लिए a very important command is coming. Probably that is your value underscore counts. सब लोग please run करो. So it will tell you how many times each level is appearing. So semi-urban is 349, urban 342, rural 290. This value underscore count is a very important function. Every time you would be needing it, every time. ठीक है? पता लगाने के लिए कि कौन सी चीज कितने बार आ रही है. Very important. Mark it as important and try remembering it. It's very obvious function. Value underscore count. It will give you count of all the values. And same thing, you can run on your gender also, anything also. So for example, if I ask you a question, how many loans were approved or how many loans were rejected? तो कैसे पता लगाओगे? Again, value underscore count. So how many loans were approved or how many loans were rejected? So loan status, and then I will say value underscore count. So you can get to know. So 712 loans were approved and 269 loans were rejected. Now tell me how many people are graduates and how many are non-graduates. क्या पता लगाओ? US में पढ़े लिखों का ratio क्या है? How many of Ratio निकाल के बताओ. What is the ratio of graduates and non-graduates? What is the ratio of graduates and non-graduates? What about you? रेशियो का पता लगाओ या तो मैन्युअली लगा लो या डिवाइड कर लो जैसा मन करे. देखो रेशियो का पता लगता है. Just divided by the total, or let me say you divided by the number of rows, CR dot shape and CR dot shape 0. So 72% of the people are, मैंने किसका बोला था? Graduate student, right? CR dot education I guess, right? Education dot value counts, and this is how much? 763 into 1. So divided by CR dot shape. CR dot shape से divide कर दो. So you get to know. And if you want to multiply it by, if you want answer in percentage, multiply it by. So 77% of the people are graduate, 22% people are non-graduate. Calculation समझ में आया सबको? Into 100 divided by total, it will give you the ratio. Done? Any doubt, any questions till this point? What about you? हो रहा है? तुम जितना कोने में जाओगे ना एक दिन बाहर हो जाओगे. सबके लगता है. ठीक है, but that is your choice. Okay. How to find the nulls or nans in data frame. ठीक है. अब सब लोग प्लीज ध्यान से यहाँ पे देखो. Everyone stop whatever you're doing. ठीक है. How to find, and then we will see how to handle them. Keep one thing in mind: if your data has null or nan, you will never be able to build any model. It will always give an error. अगर एक भी null रहा, it will definitely give you an error. That is for sure. So how to find our null values? So if I say CR, so first of all, do you notice what is null? If I say CR dot head, let me see top 10 records. CR dot head, somewhere you might see कहीं पे कोई ब्लैंक दिख रहा है? नहीं दिख रहा. Let me say CR dot 20 दिखता है. Can you notice this NaN written over here? This NaN written over here, and then probably NaN was there also coming in the first row also. So nans, which is not a number or it has been left blank or whatever. Okay. Similarly, if I say CR dot K, so if I can get it for you, again, can you notice NaNs appearing number of time? This one is nan, this one is nan, this one is nan. Okay, na? So these are your null values or junk values, whatever you can say. Okay. So basically, if you have the nulls, you have to handle them. Okay. So how to find the nulls? I'll say CR dot is null. I'm saying CR dot is null. Is there water in that bucket? इसका मतलब क्या? I am asking a question. क्या वहां पे वो चीज है? So I am saying is null. It means I am asking a question. Are there nulls? So wherever you would be having the null, it would be marked as true. Otherwise, it would be marked as false. So do you notice false is appearing much more times compared to a true, and true is coming over here. Remember the first record was null. So वहां पे true आ गया, right? So over here I have asked a question. क्या nulls हैं? So answer would be there in true and false. If null is there, it would be marked as true. If nulls are not there, it would be marked as false. सब लोग इतना रन करें. And then we will see how to find the nulls for each and every column. Okay, but this doesn't help me a lot, है ना? मैं कहाँ तक false and true देखते बैठूंगा, right? So what I'll do is I'll just say dot sum. So now again this line is very much needed in your entire life. It will tell you how many nulls are there in each and every column. Is null dot sum. So it tells me how many nulls in each column. Okay, how many nulls in each column? हर एक column में कितने nulls हैं? So do you get to know that gender is having 24 nulls, married is having 3 nulls, dependent is this or this or this. How many nulls in each column? Anyone who is getting error till this point? या समझ में नहीं आया? Please raise your hand or let me know your question. Any doubt? Getting? तुम लोगों का पीछे last person इधर clear है? सबको clear है? Shall we move ahead? Those who have joined online, guys, remotely joined. Any doubt? Any question from their side? Because now I'm going to tell how to handle the nulls. ठीक है ना? अच्छा, how many nulls in each column I get to know? See, basically now the question is कि nulls आए क्यों? Why these nulls? So can someone guess कि nulls क्यों आ गए? Yes. So basically, if this is bank data, what you guys are saying is absolutely right. So let's say you are sometime remember you are asked to fill a survey form. उसके सारे questions तुम fill नहीं करते, कुछ एक fill कर देते हो और आगे बढ़ जाते हो, right? So those things which you are leaving empty probably will come as null, right? So bank is having the data, but the data might have been generated from many places. कुछ हो सकता है ऑनलाइन से आया हो, कुछ हो सकता है बैंक मैनेजर ने मैनुअली एंटर किया हो. So due to various reasons, some fields have been left blank or some have been marked as not applicable or none, whatever. But whatever has happened. We can't do anything now. Okay. So for example, if I don't know a gender of a person, now there is no other way to find the gender of that person. Or if you want to find the gender of that person, you need to find that form and you need to see. That will take a huge amount of, So at this point, line number 170, I have identified how many nulls in each column. But if nulls are there, then model will give an error. Okay. So the next thing is how to handle the nulls. Nulls को handle कैसे करें? ये एक क्वेश्चन आ गया. ठीक है. सबको एक क्वेश्चन वैलिड लगता है? How to handle the nulls? So what could be the likely answer? सोचो क्या आंसर हो सकता है इसका? क्या क्या करोगे अगर नल्स आए? या नल्स आने पे क्या क्या करा जा सकता है या करना चाहोगे? So one answer is remove the nulls. It means delete those entries. ठीक ना? Delete those entries. Another thing can be, another option, fill the nulls with some logical value. And mark my words, I am saying logical value. There is no fixed answer to it. जो तुमको सही लगता है, जो तुम्हारा लॉजिक कहता है. Now, so these are the two options which I can do. And another option is probably combine both of them. You fill some, you remove some. You fill some, you remove some. Okay. Now, क्या लगता है कौन सा ऑप्शन ज्यादा सही है? Combine, remove.
Second option.
Second option, fill the nulls with
Logical values.
fill the nulls with some logical value. Yes, it is a very good option. ठीक है. Remove the nulls, delete those entries, whatever. ठीक है. Now, basically, depending. So obviously, the second option is the better one, or the third option, combination of both of them, is also better. So you remove them, you fill some. Now, if I remove the nulls, so why this option is not a very good option? जो first option है वो अच्छा option नहीं है. At some places you can still use that option. It may work good, but it's not a very good option. And I'll tell you why. कि ये option आलसी लोगों के लिए है. ठीक है? And paint window दिखता है? Okay, suppose करो. Let me create one data frame for you, just for example purpose. Are you able to see paint window? Let me say you have 4 columns. You have a gender column. You have an income column. You have, let's say, loan status. And you have your education column. Okay, na? So let's say gender was male, income was 1,000. Loan status was, let's say, NAN. Education was graduate. Okay. Another person, male, income was 5,000. Or let me mark this income as NAN. Loan status was Y. Education was not a graduate. Female. And then you have NAN. You had NAN. You had NAN. Then you had, let's say, female, and you had 5,000. Loan status was no. Education was graduate. Okay. Now, if I drop the nulls, If I drop the nulls, it means I delete the entries where nulls are there. How many rows are left? कितने rows left होंगे? 3. If I drop the nulls, then how many rows would be left? क्यों 0? सिर्फ एक रो बचेगा. Only the last row would be surviving because none of them is null. So even if a single entry is nan, so over here this column is nan, so this entire row would be removed. ठीक है? Over here again this is nan, so entire row would be removed. Over here you have more than one nan, then again it would be removed. So you would be having only one entry. So do you notice 75% data lose हो जाएगा? Are you getting my point? And ऐसा तो होगा नहीं कि that all the same entries will have the nulls, right? So let's say in row number 1, gender has a null, and rest all other columns were not null. In next column, the married was null. So if I do something like this, suppose karo, if I say cr dot drop in A, and I store it back in cr1. So after dropping the nulls, I am storing the input in cr1. CR में कितने records थे? 981. CR dot shape. Do you notice 769? So if you say 981 minus 769, 212, around 25% of the data you are losing. Don't you think it's a big loss? 25% data ही कम हो गया, है ना? You have lost a huge amount of information. So you can drop the nulls, but dropping the null should not be the first choice because you may lose huge amount of data. ठीक है? अब drop करो nulls please. Drop it and save it in another variable. Don't save it in the same variable. Otherwise you have to read the file again. Okay, so it means removing the nulls or deleting those entries is not a very good choice. Now it comes, fill the nulls with some logical values. Now the question is, how to decide the logical value? Logical value निकालें, say.
Sir, by taking average.
By taking average, but let's say in this column, married column or gender column, उसमें average कैसे दोगे? But actually what he is saying is in a way not wrong also. ठीक है? So what he has said is not wrong also and not 100% right also. ठीक है? Let's discuss this. ठीक है? वैसे how to decide the logical value? अगर कोई पूछता है ना how to handle the nulls, the best answer would be it will depend. Okay, and you will see that it is going to depend on something. Okay. Now, before I say how to decide the logical value. So for example, let's say gender column, married column, or let's say this thing self-employed. So while filling the form, or you do not have the information of the person, whether the person who has taken the loan, whether he was self-employed or not. Now you cannot get that information. He has already taken, repaid the loan, probably left the bank or whatever. And now you are doing the analysis, whatever. Okay. So basically, whenever you are having the nulls, there is no guideline. Sorry, I'll say there is guideline is there, but there is no fixed rule. Okay. How to handle the null? There is no fixed rule. कोई fixed rule नहीं है जिसको तुम हमेशा लगाओगे. ठीक है? You need to build your understanding. But there are certain guidelines. There are certain guidelines which are normally followed in industry. What you can do, you can, if it is a numeric column, then you can fill it with your mean also or with your median also. And again, I am saying it is a guideline. It is the choice. ये user का choice है. इसमें कोई right नहीं, कोई wrong नहीं. ठीक है ना? There is nothing right or wrong. Numeric column. If column is non-numeric, so for example, your gender, education, all those type of columns, you can go for the most frequent value. You can go for the most frequent value, which is your mod value. Okay. And again, I am saying these are just the guidelines. It means you need not always follow them. Based upon your data, based upon your requirement, you can keep on changing them. Instead of filling with mean and median, you may fill with your maximum or minimum also if the need arises. You can fill with your lowest category, or you may try to create a new category also. That is your choice, depending upon the. Okay. But if you don't know anything about the data, probably mean, median may help you out in numeric, and the most frequent will help you out in your. Okay. And then there are another algorithms also which can fill the data for you. Okay. Now, I'll take one example and I'll ask everyone to go do on their own, or I'll take the other two examples. So for example, gender has 24 nulls. Gender has 24 nulls. Now, everyone please observe how to fill your nulls. So gender में 24 nulls हैं. So I'll say cr.gender. So cr.gender will select your gender column, and then I'll say cr.gender. How to fill the null? I'll attach the function fill any. Fill any, it will fill your nulls. Abhi bhi ek second sab log please dekho. But what are the values in your gender column? Can I see the values in gender column using my value underscore count? Yes or no? I can do it from my value underscore count. So I come to know that there are, most of them are males. So I can make an assumption that if I do not know the gender, I can assume the person who was applying for loan was probably a male, because most of them are males. So what I'll do is I'll copy this thing. अब थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे ध्यान देना है. Either you give in single quote or double quote. ठीक है. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put multiple variations. Do you notice only this one is correct? जैसा नाम तुम्हारे डेटा में था exactly वैसा ही नाम वहां पे देना है. Otherwise, this one is again your incorrect. ये भी incorrect हो गया. And this one is also incorrect. I hope people understand, because male का m तुमने small कर दिया है and Python is case sensitive. So whatever name is given, directly copy that thing and put it over here. That's the best thing. Any variation. So for example, if I run the last line, so it will create 3 categories, 2 for male and 1 for female. A capital male, a small male, and obviously another is female. Okay, so all these are incorrect. So I have shown you incorrect way also. So directly copy it and run it. Again, just stop. Don't do any coding as of now. So I'm going to fill the nulls over here. Nulls fill ho gaya. How many nulls I had in my gender column? I had 24. It means when I run it again, I should see 0 over there. ठीक है? सबको समझ में आ रहा है? Let me take one more example. Let me take one more example, this time for a numeric data. So applicant income कोई numeric column दिख रहा है? Let's say loan amount term or credit history, or let me take loan amount. ठीक है ना? So loan amount is having 27 nulls. Let's fill this thing. So I'll say CR dot loan amount equal to CR dot loan amount, and then I'll say fill NA. What I can do is I can run one command and find the mean or the median. Let me run the describe function. So describe function gives me the mean and the median also. So mean is 142, median is around 126. So near about R, right? Or if you want, you can directly see the mean. Okay. So it is around 142.51. So what I can do is I can copy this thing and put it over there. Another way is something like this. ये दोनों लाइन सेम काम कर रही हैं. Either you find the mean outside and put that number, or you calculate the mean inside it. Okay. Now what some people will do, they will put this number in the code. This is totally wrong, because when you put it in the code, it would be taken as string, और ये तो है number. ठीक है? So male and female or education, graduate, non-graduate was a string. So putting in quote makes sense. Over here, this code, if you are putting, it is wrong. I remove the code and these two lines are same. But let's not go for this line. Let's remove this. Always use this method. So if you want to fill with the median, within fill NA, invoke the median function. If you want to fill with mean, fill it with the mean. Or if you want to pass some number, then pass some number. Itna clear hai sabko? Now let's run this line, and my loan amount should also become 0. Now do one thing, सब लोग please बाकी columns के लिए run करो. For your married, dependent, self-employed, loan amount term, credit history. I want to see 0, 0, 0 for each column on each laptop. सब लोग please run करो. देख रहे है ना? So I have taken 2 examples, one for non-numeric, one for numeric. Please practice on all of them. Make sure each and every column has nulls as 0. जल्दी करोगे जल्दी ब्रेक ना. This is का होता जाएगा लेक्चर में आता है. I'll see the logic also, what logic people have used to this. You are assuming online folks also. I hope they are practicing. So I have given some time for practice. Please practice. तुम्हें पता है पाइथन के सेंसिटिव अरे स्पेलिंग यहाँ से देखो ना लोन अमाउंट की एग्जैक्ट स्पेलिंग ये है लोन का एल कैपिटल और अमाउंट का ए कैपिटल है इसको कैमल केस बोलते हैं जैसे ही वर्ड चेंज होता है पहला वर्ड कैपिटल हो जाता है स्क्रीन बढ़ा दो देखो अपना कोड लो मेरे लोन अमाउंट गलत गलत बिल का ब्रैकेट ओपन करके करप्ट हो गया है, एरर नहीं देने का मतलब थोड़ा ना, फाइल को वापस रीड करो। पहले इधर सीआर डॉट वो दो डिपेंडेंट दो इक्वल टू सीआर डॉट डिपेंडेंट डॉट पहले सपोज करो उसमें डालना था तो नहीं होता, देखो जैसे तुमने ये दिया ना, ये ठीक है, आप नीचे वाली लाइन में रख देता। अरे ये वाली लाइन मैंने एक्सप्लेनेशन के लिए बताई थी, यहाँ पे रख दो। हो गया इस बार पहले सोचो क्या करना है। तो 0 डाल दो, 0.0 या 0 से 0.0 डाल दो, रिमूविंग एक्सप्लोड लास्ट टाइम पढ़ो, एरर जब आता तो लास्ट टाइम। हाँ, अनसपोर्टेड फंक्शन मेथड एंड फ्लोट किस कॉलम में जा रहा हो? मैंने तुमको बोला था फाइल रीड करो, फाइल रीड किया था। हाँ, सीआर वाला फाइल ऊपर रीड करो, यहाँ पे तुमने रीड किया था ना, pt.read_csv। तुमने गलत कमांड रन कर रहे थे, पूरा डेटा करप्ट हो गया है। जो बोलना वो करो, पहले जाके फाइल रीड करो, इस लाइन को रन करो। हाँ, अब वापस आके वाली लाइन रन करो जो प्रॉब्लमेटिक है। रन करो, हो गया। So remember मैंने भी डिस्क्रिप्शन दिया था डिपेंडेंट. So let me again describe. So what does this dependent column means? Dependent column means how many people are dependent upon you. Let's say you are the earning person, then how many people you are feeding? बूढ़े माँ बाप, बहन भाई, ठीक है, मम्मी पापा, husband wife. How many people you are feeding? So do you notice one thing? Dependent should not be in decimal 1.2 or 2.1 or 3.4. ठीक है ना? So even though this data seems to be numeric, but you can still run your value count function, and you can see how many dependents are there for each of them. ठीक है ना? You can run your value count function. Otherwise, you can also assume. Remember, I have said there is no fixed rule. अगर तुम्हें पता है कि कोई dependent नहीं है, then probably you can take the max. You can take how many people normally the person is having. What is the most frequent value, or you can assume 0 also. That is your choice. मुझे नहीं पता है कि वो dependent उसके कितने, तो you can assume it to be 0 also. Okay, ये चीज सबको क्लियर हुई? ठीक है ना? Just because वो न्यूमेरिक कॉलम है, इसका मतलब जरूरी नहीं कि मीन ही डाल देना. ठीक है? ठीक है ना? इसीलिए तो मैंने बोला तुम लोग को कि कोई लॉजिकल वैल्यू. And one more thing probably I am seeing, though I'll not say it's wrong, but probably it could have been done in better way. What about this credit history? So I can see that most of them have passed as 1. सबने 1 डाला है, right? Either you have written 1 or you have written as median or you have written as your mean kind of thing, right? But what is this credit history? किसी ने थोड़ा सा और explore करने की कोशिश करी? Everyone please have a observation over here. If I say cr.credit history, it is taking only 2 values, either 0 or 1. Either 0 or 1. So there are 754 people for whom the credit history is 1. There are 148 people for whom the credit history is bad, or you can say 0. 1 is nothing but your good and 0 is nothing but your bad. Achha, before I say something, let answer this one more question. Suppose you are working in a bank. तुम एक बैंक के मैनेजर हो, and someone comes for applying the loan. So you will ask him income tax declaration. तुमने ITR file किया था कि नहीं? Right? So the person says, yes, I have filed. Then you will say, okay, show me the ITR written form. But that person is never able to show you the ITR written form. So what would you assume? उसने ITR file किया था या नहीं? नहीं किया था, right? अगर किया होता तो फॉर्म दिखा देता. Correct? Suppose someone says, I am engineering graduate, but कभी marksheet नहीं दिखा पाता. So what would you assume? कि उसने engineering की थी? नहीं की थी. की होती तो दिखा देता. Right? So now put the same thought process over here. So 1 means person has a good credit history. 0 means person has a bad credit history. And if credit history is good, the chances of loan approval may be high. If credit history is good, then there is a high chance that the loan would be approved. So is it good to assume that person is having good credit history, or is it better to assume that person is having bad credit history? Bad assume करना यहाँ पे ज़्यादा सही रहेगा. Why? Because if you are assuming it to be good, and if you give the loan to that person, you are taking a huge amount of risk. So even, do you notice the frequency is more of 1, but I would prefer to go with 0. And that is why I have said fill it with the logical values. Mean, median, mode are just a guideline. So if you are assuming जिसका credit history नहीं पता है, you are assuming it to be good, तो आगे से कोई अपनी credit history बताएगा ही नहीं, क्योंकि वो तो 1 ही होनी है. So it is better to assume it to be bad. If you don't give me the certificate, or if you are not able to prove how good your credit history is, I will assume it to be bad. So even though the frequency of 1 is 754, frequency of 0 is 148, the logical value according to me over here should be 0. तो ये change सब लोग please करो. ओके अब तो खैर चेंज नहीं कर पाओगे बिकॉज ऑलरेडी फिल कर दिया, बट एटलीस्ट कोड में तो चेंज करो. See, if you want, no, see, if you want this thing to reflect in your data, just read your file once again. Run this line pd.read_csv. इस फाइल को एक बार रीड करोगे तो the new data would be loaded, right? And then again run your code. ठीक है? Again run your code. Is this point getting clear to everyone? So again, I am repeating, mean, median, mode are just the guideline. It is not a thumb rule that every time you have to blindly follow it. अपने requirement के हिसाब से, based upon your problem statement, you can change it. Okay, now take your break, guys. And after break, we'll continue. Take 20 minutes break. Take 20 minutes break, and after break, again, we'll continue with pandas. अभी pandas है बहुत कुछ है. Okay. Okay. Sure. Then we'll start now. I think more than 20 minutes. Okay, right? बाकी लोग कब तक आएंगे? Okay, chalo, let's move ahead, please. Those who have joined online, guys, please confirm if I'm audible. Can they see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Chalo, we'll start now.
So,
Tell me.
what will we write in the column for credit history? The brackets. When you do the fill now.
So for credit history, guys, please. So for credit history, I can do something like this. I can say credit history and I can say fill NA. Okay. Now, the most of them belong to class 1, but few of them belong to class 0. And over here, 1 implies that people are having a good credit history. 0 means people are having bad credit history. So what you can do is you can say just 0.0. 0.0 and that too without quotes because it is a number. Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, so thanks.
Okay. अच्छा, now someone was, कुछ लोग ऐसा बोल रहे हैं कि suppose let me say someone has done some mistake, something like this. CR dot self-employed equal to CR dot self-employed and dot fill NA. And by mistake they have entered a value no. Let's say by mistake they have entered no, or by mistake they have entered yes, and now again they want to change it. So answer to that question is you cannot change it as of now. The best thing is you again load your data. So how would you load your data? You will load your data by running this command. वापस file को read करो and you would be having the fresh data. And then again run all your commands. ठीक है? That's the only solution which you have. ठीक है? Okay. So what I'll do is I'll tell you another method. I'll not say method, but another way which you might be seeing people are doing the fill in. सब लोग please ध्यान से देखो. So as of now, I have again read my file, and if I say is null dot sum, I get again I can see that all the columns are having null values. Okay, again all the columns are having null values. Okay. Before I explain another way in which you might be seeing people filling the nulls, I'll take one step back. सबको list याद आ रहा है? List. So for example, if I create a list and I put some numbers, okay, and then if I say L1 dot append, and if I want to append, let's say 100, then this 100 used to get appended, right? So basically, how did I run my append function? Remember, I have used, मैंने एक बार एक word use करा होगा in place. This append is in place. So basically, when I run this thing, and if you save it back in the same column, then probably this is a mistake. सबको इतना समझ में आ रहा है? I've already explained that this is not a correct way because append is already in place. Append is already in place. Okay. Keep this thing in mind, and again I'll come back over there. So for example, let's say gender column. So gender column mein, or let me say loan amount column. Loan amount, it is having 20 nulls. So if I run only this line, what do you think? Changes would be saved? मेरे लिए स्वीट पूरी क्लास पे खिला दो, पर ये स्वीट किस लिए है? नहीं तो मैं भूला नहीं. किस कंपनी में? कब हुआ? लिंक्डइन पे डाला था?
हाँ सर, आपको मैंने आपने कमेंट किया।
कमेंट दिया था मैंने? अच्छा, मैं भूल गया था, इतने सारे कमेंट आते रहते ना, बट एनीवे कांग्रेस है ना, थोड़ा ही खाऊंगा, बाकी तुम चाहो तो जनता को खिला सकते। एंड वेयर डिड यू व्हाट दिस? कब से ज्वाइनिंग हो गया? मंडे से है।
मुझे पहले ही दे दिया मेरा हो गया।
बढ़िया बढ़िया। तुम लोग किस बैच से? 20 नहीं,
28 हमारा तो लास्ट बैच था सर आपके।
अच्छा 28 जो मैंने आधे में छोड़ दिया था, राइट? याद। किस नाम से तुम्हारा गया था? अभी याद आ रहा है मेरे को, दीपेश ठाकुर। हाँ ठीक है, हाँ ठीक है, मैंने देखा था कमेंट भी तो याद आ रहा है। योर? अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। तो कैसा, किस चीज पे काम है?
अभी तो पाइथन अभी
ओके चलो, now CR dot let's come back to this line guys. CR dot loan amount dot fill in है। अगर मैं ये लाइन रन करूं तो क्या चेंजेस परमानेंटली सेव होंगे? सेव नहीं होंगे। इट विल गिव यू एन आउटपुट बट चेंजेस वुड नॉट बी सेव्ड। एंड हाउ कैन आई से दैट? बिकॉज इफ आई रन दिस लाइन again, do you notice on this loan amount you are again having the nulls? So how did I save my changes? So for saving the changes I have said something like this. Okay, CR dot loan amount. I think ये miss हुआ, ठीक है? CR dot loan amount. So on the right side I am making the change, on the left side of equal to I am saving the change, ठीक है ना? So another way is over here मैंने क्या use किया? Equal to use किया. Let's take another column. Let me say married or gender column, right? So what I can do is I can say CR dot gender equal to CR dot gender, and I can say fill NA and male, right? So this line will work fine. Same thing can also be done using this thing. And I'll say यहाँ पे in place है false, default is false. What I'll do, I'll just copy it and I'll say true. These two lines are doing the same thing. These two lines are doing the same thing and both of them are correct, ठीक है? But suppose कुछ लोग क्या होंगे ना, थोड़ा ज्यादा उत्साही होंगे, वो ऐसा कर देंगे। Now this is wrong. ये गलत हो गया। ये गलत कुछ वैसा ही है जैसे तुमने ये कर दिया, सपोज करो। This is the same way, ठीक है? So either you say in place equal to true or you say the first two of them are correct. ये दोनों, ये भी correct है और ये भी correct है. This is also correct. So somewhere you are seeing the code, you may see something like this. So they both are doing the same thing. What I'll do, I'll comment the first line also and comment the third line also. As of now, in gender column, there were 24 nulls. If I run this line, my nulls should vanish. I come back over here and I run it. Nulls vanish. Okay. So either you say in place or you use save it back in the same column, but do not combine both of them. data corrupt हो जाएगा and you cannot recover it. You have to again read the file. Please go ahead and write all the 3 lines जैसे मैंने लिखे. Mark it as correct, wrong, whatever. ठीक है? The first 2 lines are doing the same thing. In place equal to true. इसको हम ऐसा बोलते हैं. It will make the change and it will save the change. Make it and save it. Done. सिर्फ एक कॉलम के लिए कर लो and that will give you an idea. So you can do it for the all the other columns. Okay, do it for one column. Okay. Now let's enter into another important territory. To convert the labeled, that is your non-numeric, data to numbers. Okay. To convert the label or non-numeric data to numbers. So if I say cr.head, do you notice that there are many columns which are non-numeric? दिखता है? So for example, your gender, married, education, self-employed, credit history तो ठीक है, property area and loan status, ठीक है? सब लोग कुछ कोडिंग कर रहे हैं क्या? I want everyone to stop and just listen to me for a while. To convert the label or the non-numeric data to numbers, ठीक है? So loan ID, gender, married, self-employed, and then you have property area, loan status. All these columns are non-numeric. Keep one thing in mind when you are building the model, any model, data science model, the entire data has to be in numbers. Numbers में ही होना चाहिए. Otherwise, it will give an error. वो आगे ही नहीं पढ़ेगा. It has to be in numbers because you cannot perform non-numeric calculations on the string data. ठीक है? So everything should be in numbers. ठीक है? Leaving loan ID, do we need loan ID for our analysis? Answer is no. Why? Because loan ID is a unique identifier. Loan ID तुम्हारा application number कुछ भी हो, it will not impact whether your loan is approved or rejected. Your name may be anything, your telephone number may be anything, your Aadhaar card number or PAN card number may be anything. It should not impact whether your loan is approved or rejected. Right? It's just a unique identifier. It is used to identify a person. Apart from loan ID, again I can see there are few columns which are still non-numeric, gender, married, and all these columns. So how do I, in my gender column, what are the values? I already know the values. कौन-कौन से values हैं? Male and female. So अब I want to mark male as 1 and female as 0. So what I'll do, I'll say cr.gender. ध्यान से देखना सब लोग, cr.gender, and then I'll say replace. The replace command itself says that you want to replace some old value with some new value. ये ब्रैकेट समझ में आ रहा है? काइंड ऑफ डिक्शनरी, ऑलरेडी डिक्शनरी पढ़ाया है, उसका यूज आज यहाँ पे होना चाह रहा है. नाउ यू हैव अ मेल, कॉपी दिस मेल, put it over. Yes, male would be acting as a key. Then I want to mark male as 1 and I want to mark female as 0. That's it. And again, if I run this command, I should see 799 ones and 182 0. Just hold on. So why did I mark male as 1 and female as 0? क्या मैं gender bias हूँ? Female को 0 डाल दिया. Answer is no, I'm not gender biased. See, the thing is, you can take either male as 0 or female as 0 because this is not your ordered data. It is just a category. So for example, let's say you have 5 cities, Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore. You can put any one of them as 0, any one of them as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any difference whether male is marked as 1 or female is marked as 1. It can be your choice. But every time you will not have a choice. So for example, if you have this type of data, if you have some different data, let's say you have a data or a column. Column is not present over here, but let's say you have a column as feedback. And feedback column was something like this. So the original data was, let's say, bad, average, good, excellent. Let's say these were the existing column. Then what I will do, I will mark bad as 0, average as 1, good as 2, and excellent as 3. Then I cannot change this order because this numbers convey a meaning to me. That 0 matlab sabse kharab, 3 matlab sabse acha. But over here, when you are having male and female, you can take any one of them as 0, any one of them as 1, because this is unordered data. And this is your ordered data. Ordered data signifies that your ordering matters. Ordering has an implication. Okay. Another thing, which is an industry convention, is your loan, this thing, Y and N. Wherever you have Y, mark it as 1. Wherever you have N, mark it as 0. This convention ko hum kabhi deny nahi karenge. Okay. So for example, if I have to do the same thing for loan status, then I would have done something like this. I would have done CR dot loan status equal to CR dot loan status. And I would have said replace. And what are the values? Y and N. So capital Y and capital N. So I'll say capital Y as 1 and then capital N as 0. So either you do this thing or you do this thing. They both are correct. And then you say what? In place. Yes. Mind pad liya tumne mera, bahut sahi. In place equal to true. So even if I comment the first line, this will still go fine. Unexpected indent. Achha, I think I missed over here. That still goes fine. Okay. So remember, in place, the similar thing which I have just conveyed, right? Yahan pe jo convey kiya tha, right? So either you make the change and use the equal to, or you can just say in place equal to true. So this thing is right, but if you make this kind of thing, then probably it's wrong. Suppose karo tumne capital Y ki jagah small n de diya. Or instead of capital Y, you have given a small y. Instead of capital N, you have given a small n. Again, you will not get an error, but changes would not be made. Because it will never find a small y, so it will never replace it with 1. It will never find small n, it will never replace it with 0. So तुम्हें error तो नहीं आएगा, but जब model बनाओगे तब error आएगा. ठीक है ना? So make very sure what value is given. Use the same value. Use your copy paste skill. ठीक है? Now please do it for these 2 columns and then we'll continue for more columns. ठीक है? I will suggest you start using this in place. इससे code थोड़ा छोटा हो जाता है. ठीक है ना? But again, it is your choice whether you want to use in place or whether you don't want to use in place. That is your choice. So whether you want to take the line number 200 approach or line number 400 approach. I'll remove the erroneous part. ठीक है? गाइस सबने 2 कॉलम के लिए कर लिया? Just let me know once you have done for the 2 column. I'll quickly do for all the other columns. So we have done for the 2 column. Which is the next column? Education. Let's go for the education. So cr dot education dot replace. And what are the values? So I'll just copy it from here. Graduate. So let's mark graduate as 1 and non-graduate as 0. Non-graduate as 0. Then which is the next column? Self-employed. इसको कॉपी कर लेते हैं, यहाँ पर डाल देते हैं. Self-employed, no and yes. No and yes. Capital Y-E-S, capital Y-E-S, and capital N-O. No, so no has been taken care. Credit history, property area. Property area, okay. Property area dot replace. And what are the values in property area? Property area values are this thing. Semi-urban. And then I have urban. And then I have rural. So let me mark rural as 0, urban as 2, and semi-urban as 1. Any other column? Loan status. So loan status, what I can do, I can just copy this thing. Achha, loan status is already taken care, right? And then I'll just say comma in place equal to 2, comma. And then run your text function. Let me see any other column is missing. So married is missing. Married, yes and no. इसको कॉपी कर लेते हैं, इधर डाल देते हैं, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड के लिए मैरिड डाल देते हैं. So I think complete data has been changed into numbers. So property area ruler. Okay, I missed a add extra space. Okay. Everyone, please try and let me know. Okay, so I'm unsharing the screen. डन, सबका हो गया? And at the end, run your head column and see. See, all the columns should be numbers apart from your loan ID column. Okay. Done. What about others? सबका हो गया? सबने चेक किया? Check किया? All the columns are numeric. Okay. Now. How to select a column? How to select columns and rows from data frame. Okay. So basically, this is known as your slicing and dicing of the data frame. Okay. Slicing and dicing of the data frame. Okay. Suppose let me say my requirement is to select row number 1, then 100, then 500, 600, 700, and let me say 800, and all columns. Okay. You want to select only these rows and all the columns. Please 2 minutes baat nahi karna. I want to select all the rows. I want to select these many rows and all the columns. So it means at the end, I should have 6 rows and 13 columns, right? Do you notice indexing in Python is starting from 0? The counting starts from 0, whether it's rows or whether it's columns, whether it's rows or whether it's columns. So I want to select these many rows and these many columns. So what I'll do, so when you run the shape function, do you notice one thing? जो पहला information होता है, that is for rows, and the second information is for your columns. Okay. Now I want to select the rows and column. Remember your square bracket? Suppose when I create a list over here, if I want to select this 79, then what should I do? Suppose if I create this list and I want to select let's say 6, then I'll say L1, and I'll say bracket and I'll give 2. It will select 6 because 6 is coming from at the index position 2. Indexing starts from 0. चाहो तो run करके देखो, ठीक है ना? So same thing. I want to select these many rows and these many columns. So what I'll do, I'll select something like this, and बीच में एक comma लगा दूंगा मैं. It is just for explanation purpose. So on the left side of the comma, this information would be for your rows. Yes, perfectly right. चाय का असर हुआ है लोगों पे. And this would be for your columns. ठीक है? So comma and give the information for rows on the left, and on the right give the information for the columns. ठीक है? Now, which all rows I want to select? I want to select these many rows. So row number 1 would be indicated by 0. Row number 500 would be indicated by 499. 500 would be indicated by, sorry, 100 would be indicated by 99. My mistake. 500 would be 499, 599, 699, 799. Okay. And then I want to select all the columns. So what I can give, I can just say column. Or no, 1 second. So basically, हम अगर कॉमा देखो, अगर ये लगाएंगे ना, एक सेकंड, मैं एक चीज इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाह रहा हूँ. So it is giving me an error. Why? Or let me say over here, let me put one simple condition, and let me say I want to select these many rows and I want to select the gender column. Then I'll select the all column. I want to select gender column, and let me say I want to select this applicant income column. Okay. I want to select these 2 columns. So what is the index position of gender column? Can I say index position of gender column is 1? Because index position of loan ID is 0. And what is the index position of applicant income? 0 से count करके बताओ. 6. पक्का? I'm not counting. I'm relying on you guys. So now do you notice the code seems to be okay? जरा run करते हैं. I still get an error probably. ठीक है. What I need to do is I need to say iLock. Again, so when I don't give iLock, it is giving me an error. So purposefully मैंने errors डाला so that लोग ये question ना पूछें कि ये iLock क्यों डाला. ठीक है. Now this iLock stands for your index location. iLock stands for your index location. Since you are fetching their data based upon the index, you need to give your iLock. Usne index location. So now do you notice you are getting the gender and the applicant income column, and you are getting all the rows which you want to get. ठीक है ना? अब please करो. Write this requirement also and run this code also. ठीक है? Can you notice one thing that अगर मैं थोड़ा सा space डाल दूं, so this information which I am selecting, this is indicating your rows, and on the right hand side of the comma, it is indicating your columns. Okay, please go ahead and do it. Done? Okay. Now suppose if I change my requirement. If I change my requirement and if I say something like this, my requirement is to select these many rows and all columns. यहाँ से all columns हटा देते हैं. If I want to select these many rows and all columns, तो क्या कर सकते हैं? सिंपल थिंग, इसी को कॉपी कर लो. कॉपी पेस्ट में तुम लोग मुझसे भी अच्छे हो. ठीक है, यहाँ से कॉमा हटा दो. Can you notice? It select all the rows, sorry, the rows which you want to select and all the columns. Now let me change the requirement. Let me say, I want to select all rows and columns as gender, self-employed, loan amount, and credit history. I want to select these 4 columns and all the rows. तो कोड क्या होना चाहिए मेरा? सब लोग प्लीज ट्राई करो. मैंने क्या बोला था इस बार? All the rows and these 4 columns. तुम्हारे में सारे rows ना, हमारे में कुछ limited rows हैं. सारे rows नहीं, all 8 rows. Suppose I want to select all the rows and these many columns. So what is the column position? What is the column position of gender? 1, self-employed. 5, loan amount. 8, credit history. Credit history 10. Okay, let's say 10. And then what I can do is I can just put colon. Okay. Do you notice it goes till 981 rows? So colon will select all the things. It will select all the things. Or some people, कुछ देखो क्या ऐसा work करता है. If you want, you can. Some people might be saying double colon. That is also right. Whether you put single colon, double colon, दोनों भी सही है. ठीक है. देखो क्या ट्रिपल कोलन भी चलता है? नहीं चलता. ठीक है. So whether you put single colon, double colon, both of them are right. Or you could have done something like this. You could have done something like this. You want to select all the rows, so you could have done row number 980. वो भी चल जाएगा. 0:981. सब लोग प्लीज एक सेकंड कोडिंग स्टॉप करो and try to understand one thing which will confuse you a little bit. Did I get any error at line number 228? क्या कोई error आया? Answer है नहीं आया. I did not get an error, but probably now I am going to get an error. So for the first time user, this code seems to be quite logical. And I could see some people were giving this type of command. But if you run this thing, you're likely to get an error. Why? Because this is your sequence of numbers. So it should not be part of your list. So when you are giving colon, you should not be using square brackets. That is one thing you need to keep in mind. Okay? So mark this as wrong. With practice, with time, obviously you will remember. But at the starting, this thing may confuse a bit. ये Python के साथ थोड़ा challenge है. But the good thing is you can do a same thing in number of ways. एक ही चीज को बहुत तरीके से कर सकते हो. And the same thing becomes a disadvantage because उतनी सारी चीजें याद रखनी मुश्किल हो जाती है.
So can you scroll up?
Which thing do you want to see?
Just the last one. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's move forward. So I hope people are clear with this thing, that this is wrong, this is right, whatever. I'll just comment out all the code because this is for explanation purpose. Okay, now do one thing. I'll write a requirement. I want to select all rows and all the columns from all the subject. Please ध्यान से देखो, all the columns from your co-applicant income till the end. So basically I want to select these many columns: co-applicant income, loan amount term, credit history, property area, and loan status. I want to select all these columns and all the rows. So starting from co-applicant income. Starting from co-applicant income. Okay, possible hai? Starting from co-applicant income till the end. These many columns and all the rows. So I'm trying to have number of variations for you so that this idea, you are never confused. So आज से समझ लो तुम्हारा डेटा साइंस थोड़ा सा स्टार्ट हो रहा है, because I have started with pandas, and then again I'll go back to basic Python once again. सारे select हो रहे हैं? Good. 7:13. Okay. Getting? Done? Okay. So how are people doing? So let me take this up. Now everyone please have a look. So for selecting all the rows, what I can do is I can just give colon. Please 1 minute. For selecting all the rows, I can give a colon. Then what is the index position? Index position of this one. Co-applicant income. 1 second. So you guys are saying 7. So how many columns I am having? I am having 13 columns. So what would be the index position of the last column? Index position of the last column would be 12, right? What is the index position of this column? Co-applicant income 7. So can I give something like this? 7:12 किसी ने दिया? Do you notice the last column is not getting selected? Last column select नहीं हो रहा है. Do you notice? सब लोग please 1 second. Do you notice when I am giving 7:12, so co-applicant income is getting selected, but then this 12 is not getting selected. Even I know that index position of the last column is 12 only because there are only 13 columns and indexing starts from 0. So over here, the last column is not getting selected. The last column is not getting selected. But अगर मैं इसी चीज को कुछ ऐसे दे, let me say this 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now the loan status gets selected. Do you notice the difference between :12 and :12? यही same चीज मैं समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. So when you are giving :12, it will go till 12 but will not include 12, and comma will directly take that 12th position. ठीक है? So please write both of them and try to make a difference in your mind. When you are giving colon, it will go till 12 but will not include 12. That is how the Python has been designed. But when you give :12, it will directly take 12. 1 second और देखो सब लोग. Again stop. So did I get any error at last line? No. If I give 13, should I get an error? Obviously yes. Because there is no 13th column, and if you read the notice, it says out of bound. It says out of bound. But अगर मैं colon में दे दूं तो क्या होगा? Let's say instead of 13, let me give 20. क्या 20 columns हैं? Answer is no. देखा error आता है? Error नहीं आ रहा है. So now you will not get an error. ठीक है? Because you are giving colon. ठीक है? So even though you are having 13 column, it is going to 13 and then it is ignoring all the other numbers. So when you are using comma, be very careful, and when you are using colon, then also you need to be careful. Okay. This is where Python is little tricky. Yes. जो मैं एरर वाला कोड लिखता हूं ना वो भी लिखा करो और उसके आगे रॉन्ग लिख दिया करो so that you know that this method is not to be used. क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है दोनों पता होना चाहिए. Yes, Amol, what you are saying, that is also right. Shall we move ahead? Okay. Now. I hope people are clear with this thing. Now, there is another way also. Let me say, I want to select last two columns and all rows. Okay. Last two column and all the rows. You have many columns. Let's say you have more than 500, 600 columns. You don't know the count or whatever. What I can do is I can say cr.ilog. Yes. And you can say -1, -2. So -1 basically refers to the last most column. -2 refers to the second last column. Or you can say -1 will refers to the first column from the right hand side. -2 refers to the second column from your right hand side. Okay? So -1, -2. So if you give only -1, it will directly take the last column. You don't need to count. If you give -2, it will directly take the second last column. You don't need to count the index or whatever. Okay? So minus से भी कर सकते हो. And I hope minus वाला part clear हो रहा है लोग को, right? We have already used this in reversing the list. याद आ रहा है? Okay. Selecting the columns based on the name of the columns. Till this time, whenever I selected the column, I had always given the name of the, I had given the index position. उसके लिए number दिया था 1, 2, 3, 5, whatever. You can also select the columns based upon the name of the columns. So what I can do is cr.lock. This time I will say LOC. Line of control नहीं है, location है ये. ठीक है? LOC. Location. So when you are using location, you cannot give rows के तो कोई नाम होते नहीं. There are no name for the rows. So select all the rows. And let me say I want to select few columns. So few columns, as in let me say I want to select the dependent column. और यहाँ तक जाने की जरूरत क्या है? सीधे यहाँ से कर लो. Let's do cr.lock. columns. I want to select, let's say, married column. Then I want to select, let's say, applicant income column. And I want to select these three columns. Let's see. Do you notice the job is done? You are having 981 rows and you are having 3 columns. So when you are using LOC, give the exact name of the column. And again, can you notice this comma? Ye comma sabko dikhta hai? The comma in between. On the left hand side, I have given the information for rows, and on the right hand side, I have given the information for your columns. This property will not change. So if you want to select the columns based upon the name of the columns, create a list of the columns. If you already have a list of the columns, just us list ko pass kar do. Done. Take name of any 2-3 columns, whatever. नॉर्मली तुम लोग बोलते हो घर के लिए एक्सरसाइज दे दो, आज दे दो, भर भर के दे दो. And from here onwards, exercises will start. Done? Because अभी हमारे पास काफी टाइम है, we can still continue for 1 hour at least. What's the error message? Column name not found होगा, उससे ज्यादा क्या error हो सकता है? छोटा सा तो होगा. हाँ, spelling check करिए. Do one thing, run this line and copy it. Copy paste का use करो. Clear? Okay. Now, let's move ahead. And another. Rename the columns. How to rename the columns? So sometime when you will get the data set, guys, थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनना, when you get the columns, sometimes the name of the columns may be 1, 2, 3 or V1, V2, A, B, C, D, something like that. You want to give them some logical name, or the name may be very big. So for example, let's say applicant income. I don't want this big a name. So if I want to denote the applicant income, I could have just taken this name also, APPINC. So it will make my code shorter also every time when I'm using this column, right? So many a times need would be there to rename your column. Okay. Let me say I want to rename applicant income with this name. And I want to rename this co-applicant income with some another. Suppose karo, this is what my requirement is. See, co-applicant, whatever name, that is your choice. तुम क्या नाम देना चाहते हो? ठीक है, किस शहर का नाम क्या करना है? That is your. ठीक है, applicant income, co-applicant income. Now, as of now, the name of the columns are applicant income, co-applicant income. I want to rename them. So what I'll do, I'll say CR dot rename. What is CR? CR is the name of my data frame. I want to rename something inside. Bracket open kiya. What do I want to rename? I want to rename the columns. So I'll say columns equal to. कौन सा column rename करना है? I want to rename this applicant income. So do you notice I am creating a dictionary, applicant income, followed by the new name which you want to give. That's it. And I'll say in place equal to true. Now, if I run my head function, and let me just see the top record. Do you notice it has been renamed? दिखता है? Everyone go ahead and write this code. In place डालो ना? In place means it will make and save the change. So if you do not use in place, so your question is valid actually. See, guys, everyone again stop recording and have a look. So if you do not use in place, then you have to say something like CR. And ye hatana padega. So these two lines are doing the same thing. But I will suggest you go for in place. Yeah. But then again, it is your choice, wherever you feel comfortable. Let me know once you have done it. Done? I know most of them have done, but I'm waiting for those who are a little slow. Okay, let's move ahead. So using the same thing. So for example, if I want to rename co-applicant income, then what can I do? So this line can be used to rename more than one column at the same time. Do you understand that? So for example, if I want to rename self-employed, so what I can do is I can say self-employed and whatever name, let's say I want to rename it with SE. Okay, and then this thing can just continue. Let me say instead of loan amount term, you only want to put term. Okay. So what I can do is I can say something like this, comma, loan amount term, and you mark it as just, let me say you just want to put it as term. Okay. So there is no need to write separate code every time. CR dot head. Let's see. Or I can just say CR dot columns also, and I can see the name of the new columns. So you have your this thing, you have your this thing. Okay. Everyone, please practice the line number 246 just for your practice. So you can use the same logic to rename more than one column at a same stretch. Every time you don't need to write a fresh line. Dalte chale jao dictionary. Remember, a dictionary can have many keys. Same logic I'm using. अच्छा चलो
हेलो सर।
यस टेल मी।
इन प्लेस का यूज क्या है?
अरे बाप रे, इन प्लेस का यूज क्या होता है? Okay, did you miss the previous part? Were you there continuously or you have recently joined?
I am continuous.
Continuously. तो ये क्वेश्चन तुमने पहले क्यों नहीं पूछा? From last 1 hour we were discussing in place. ठीक है, see guys, देखो देखो, you try understanding in a little I'll say in a more simpler manner. Suppose करो, if I say 10 plus 1, does this value, and you be unmuted for some time, क्या ये वैल्यू किसी वेरिएबल में स्टोर होती है? Does this value get stored in a variable? Swami,
Yes, sir.
does this value get stored in any variable? क्या ये किसी वेरिएबल में स्टोर होती है? Does it value get stored? Does this value gets stored in any variable?
No, sir.
No, right? But if I say a equal to 10 plus 1, then this value gets stored in the variable. And if you can see, the value is getting stored.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है? Now, let me do one thing for you. I am reading my file once again. Okay. So I am saying cr dot is null. And let me say dot sum. So for example, in your gender column, or let me say in your, or let me take the gender column. I am gender column, I am having 24 nulls. Okay.
Yes,
So if I say cr dot gender, and if I say fill NA, and then I say male, I get an output. Okay. What do you think? What do you think the nulls have been replaced? Can nulls replace ho gaye? Tell me this thing. Answer this thing. Have the nulls have been replaced? Because I do not get any error. So what do you think? The nulls have been replaced?
Yes, sir.
No.
Either you decide yes or you decide no.
No.
No. Why no? Why no?
Because it did not save.
Because we did not save, right? If I again run this line, suppose if I, let me say, if I run this line 253, and then again, if I run this line, again, do you notice 24 nulls are still standing, right? Why?
Yes.
Because I did not save it. I did not save it. So for saving, I should have made the change in the gender column, and I should have saved the changes again in my gender column. Okay, so I did not do this part. So that's the same thing. So over here, what I'm doing, I am saving the changes. Is this part clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the same thing can be done with your this thing also. So if I say comma in place equal to true.
It will save the change.
Yes, so these two lines are doing the same thing. So in place equal to true, that's what I have been saying. It will make the change and save the change. Because
Yes,
if default is, default kya hai? Default is your in place equal to false. It will not do the replacement. In place will save the changes. So again, I'm repeating, these two lines are doing the same thing. ठीक है? So these two lines are correct. This is also correct and the above one is also correct. But if you do something like this, then it is incorrect.
Okay.
Since you have already done the in place, there is no need to do this thing. This is probably wrong. I'll not say probably wrong, but it is definitely wrong. This is wrong and these two things are correct. Okay, and obviously this will not save.
Yes.
So this is correct. And this is correct. But this is wrong. Is it idea clear? What in
Yes.
place?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Take a minute and let me know. Do your coding. Okay. So for example, if I say cr.columns, I get the name of all the columns. But suppose if I want to select the married column, I can just say 2 over here. It will select the married column. Am I right? अब सब लोग please एक second यहाँ पे देखो. Another way to rename your column. I'll not say another way, but with a slight change, what I can do is I can take this thing. Suppose I want to rename the columns. So as of now, what did I use? Did you notice let me say I want to rename. Let me just take a small example. I want to rename gender column as, let's say GEN, and I want to replace the dependent column. I want to change the name of dependent column as DEP. Yeah, I want to do this thing. Till this time, what did I do? I used the old name followed by the new name. यही concept use किया ना? I use the old name followed by the new name. Let's remove everything and then I'll write it fresh. So I'll say columns. Then what I can do is I can say cr.columns. So what is the index position of the gender column? Index position of the gender column is 1. So by this, I can select the gender column. And then I can give the new name which I want. I'm saying I want GEN. And then I want to select which column? Dependent column. What is the index position of dependent column? 3. So बस इसको कर लेते हैं. So this time I am giving the name of the column not based upon the. So dependent is 3, right? Let me say. So DEP. And this end, then I'll say in place equal to capital TRUE. Changes done. CR.head. Can you notice? GEN also comes and DEP also comes. Okay? Please go ahead and write this code. This time, old column is not, I'm not giving the exact name of the old column. I'm giving the position of that column. Okay. Done? Has everyone done? Now let's take a small step ahead. Add a new column. Add a new column to the existing data frame. एक नया column add करने के बारे में. Add a new column to the existing data frame. Now, you want to add a new column to the existing data frame. So what do you think is the mandatory condition to add a new column? Compulsory requirement क्या है? Compulsory requirement क्या है? So that it gets attached without any error, without any data mismatch. So yes, tell me. Probably your answer may be right. Yes, so जोर से बोलो ना, number of rows should be same, right? Number of rows should be same in the column which you are adding. ठीक है ना? But if I want to add a new column, first of all I should create a column. एक new column let me create कर लेते हैं. Let me say new income. Suppose करो with time the income has changed and now the income is 2 times more than the existing income. So what I can do, I can say cr dot applicant income. Now, just for a comparison purpose, applicant income, cr dot applicant income, and then if you want to see the new income, you can see your new income also. Achha, I did not multiply it by 2, na? So 2 into. So do you notice applicant income was 5849, the new income is 11698. 3000 ka 6000. So what I have done is I have multiplied the existing column with 2 and I have created a new column. And do you notice it is having the length as 981? Everyone go ahead and quickly create this column. And then I'll add this column. As of now, this column is not part of the existing data frame, right? Done? Okay. Is this column part of my existing data frame? Answer is no, right? If I do my cr.shape, you will notice that number of columns are still 13. Number of columns should increase now, right? अब सब लोग प्लीज यहाँ पे स्टॉप करो. How यहाँ पे हल्का सा ध्यान रखना है. So how do I select a column? I can select a column in 2 ways. I can say cr dot or I can say give the name of this thing. Remember, this is again the way of selecting a column. Now I want to add a new column. So there are multiple ways in which you can add a new column. So new column का नाम क्या रखना चाहते हो? नाम बताओ. Let me say new applicant income. This is the name of the new column which you want to have. But this new applicant income should take the values from line number 265. Right? So what I can do is I can say something like this. Don't run your code as of now. Let me explain it first and then probably you run it. Do you notice that these 2 lines will do the same thing? Remember, जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था, while filling NA, you can find the mean and then pass that value, or you directly calculate within fill NA, right? So the same thing, either you calculate the value and pass that variable, or you directly do something like this. The better choice would be this one. So what I'll do, I'll just comment this line and I'll run. No error comes. So now my number of columns should have increased. And this column would have been added at the end. आखिरी में जाके वो column add हुआ होगा. Everyone do and please confirm. And then later on I will tell you there is another method using concat to which you can add rows also and columns.
So I'm getting an error. So
कॉलम नेम ऐड नहीं हुआ, ज्यादा ऐड हो गया मतलब तुम इसको डबल बार रन करो या 5 बार रन करो, कॉलम विल नॉट इंक्रीज बिकॉज यू आर हैविंग द सेम नेम. सो लेट मी रन दिस लाइन. So still the it will remain same. Okay, so nothing can be done. 700 कॉलम आ गए. Do one thing, read your file once again. pd.read csv वाला code or otherwise use your ilog. You already know how to select the columns. कोई इशू सबने चेक किया? कॉलम ऐड हुआ क्या? सही से चेक किया? न्यू एप्लीकेंट इनकम, द न्यू कॉलम हैज बीन एडेड. ठीक है ना? Okay. Now let me say co-applicant income. ठीक है? So for example, if income has changed, let me say co-applicant income has also changed. Okay. अब सब लोग प्लीज यहाँ पे ध्यान से देखना. No one will do any coding. Let me say new co-applicant income equal to 2 into, and this has also increased by 2 times cr dot co-applicant income. Okay. Another way to add a column is I can say pd.concat. What is PD? Import pandas as PD. This time, do you notice I am running the concat function not on the data frame but on the pandas. CR पे run नहीं कर रहा हूँ, but pandas पे run कर रहा हूँ. I want to concat. Concat, as the English name suggests, I want to add something. Concat something. What do I want to concat? I want to concat this column, but to my existing data frame. So I'll say CR. CR is the existing data frame, and I want to add or concat something. तो मैंने क्या करा? ये कर दिया. Okay. Now this concat can be used to add the rows also and can be used to add the columns also. So how will software come to know that I am about to add rows or about to add columns? Okay. Again, I repeat, this concat can be used to add rows also and your column also. So what I'll give, I'll say access equal to 1. This indicates that I want to add a column. Let's run it. And cr dot shape. So my number of columns this time should become 15. Okay. If I want to add the rows, I would have not given access equal to 1. Default 0. Okay. Access equal to 1 indicates that I want to add a column. So sometime this code may be needed. When you want to add more than one column, concat would be the better choice. Or when you want to add the rows, concat is the only choice. Again, I repeat, using concat, you can add rows also and column also. So access equal to 1 indicates you are adding rows. Sorry, you are adding column. तुमने क्या कर दिया था? इससे कांड हो गया था. अच्छा तुम एक पायलट नहीं हो, वरना तुम पहले ही कोई ऐसी चीज करते जो बताएंगे. ठीक है, पहले वो तो सीखो जो बता रहा हूँ, उसके बाद एक्सपेरिमेंट करो. पहले सही तरीका तो लेना. Is the column getting added? Yes. डेटा फ्रेम हैज नो एट्रीब्यूट एप्लीकेंट इनकम। तुमने कॉलम का नाम पहले चेंज कर दिया था क्या? एप्लीकेंट इनकम का नाम तुमने क्या कर दिया था? APPINC कर दिया ना? तो जब नाम चेंज कर दिया तो नया नाम यूज करना। चार बार ऐड हो गया। अच्छा ठीक है, जो तुम क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो ना वो मुझे पता है, वो तुम्हारी नेक्स्ट एक्सरसाइज है। सब लोग प्लीज यहाँ पे देखो, एवरीवन just hold on, try working on this problem. So I have added, what was the name of the column? My name of the column was new co-applicant income, right? But when I see the data, or let me just see the top two records, do you notice the number of columns have increased, but the name of the last column is still co-applicant income only? If you compare this co-applicant incomes, so if you compare this column, co-applicant income, and the last column, do you notice the values have changed? From 1508, it has become 3016, 2 टाइम हो गया। वैल्यूज तो न्यू आए हैं, बट कॉलम का नाम अभी भी पुराना है। कितना नोटिस कर रहे हो? ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? Don't answer this question, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? Probably you cannot answer that question. Again, I am repeating. After using my concat, a new column has been added. The values in the columns have changed, but the name of the column or the name of the new column is still same as the name of the old column. Yes or no? Yes. Now do one thing. मेरे लिए एक छोटा सा काम कर दो तुम दो. Change the name of last column such that name of original column does not changes. So what I am trying to say is, do not change this name, co-applicant income. Only change the name of the last column. Co-applicant income का नाम क्या रखना है? New CO income. Okay? Change it. Rename function पता है? Rename में position के थ्रू भी पता है, और whatever column में, whatever may be your choice. Again I am saying, जो भी मेरे को चेक करने के लिए बुलाएगा उसको खुद चेक करना है. लास्ट वाला नाम चेंज होना चाहिए, बीच वाला नाम चेंज नहीं होना चाहिए. The original name should not change, only the name of the last column should change. So Siddharth is saying name applicant income is not defined. So Siddharth, first check the spelling. I think the name of the applicant income, A starts with capital, I starts with capital. And if you have renamed the column, check the name of the columns. देखो कुछ जादू होता है क्या? तुम
Sir, I am getting the same error.
Yes, someone is saying something. Can I get his name?
Siddharth.
Siddharth, you do one thing. See, this is very obvious thing. You already have a proper error message. You do one thing, cr.columns, and tell me, is the name, are you getting the same name which you are trying to change, or is the name different? You run this thing and paste the output on the chat window. See, basically applicant income ka A capital hai and I is also capital. This could be one reason. Otherwise, you have already renamed the applicant income with some another name, APPINC. That is why you are not getting. Run this thing and see what is the name of the existing columns. Siddharth, let me know once you have resolved your error. Or if you are still not able to find, then paste this output on the chat window. I'll help you out. ओके, पर मैंने बोला ना दोनों का चेंज नहीं करना है। तुम क्वेश्चन ध्यान से नहीं सुनते हो। मेरे को फाइनल आउटपुट देखना है, लास्ट वाला चेंज होना है, बीच वाला चेंज नहीं होना है। जिसका वो हो जाएगा वो बताएगा। See, basically, what I am trying to teach you over here is sometimes the data frame may have duplicate names, and when you will try to change one, another will also get changed. तो मैं तुम्हें वो चीज की प्रिपरेशन करा रहा हूँ। So can you notice as of now you are having two names which are same. Duplicate names हैं. Co-applicant income is coming over here also, and it is coming at the end also. So duplicate column names. When you are trying to change one, another is also changing. क्या करोगे अब? अच्छा, I'll give you one hint. इस बार अच्छा वाला hint. वैसे हमेशा अच्छा ही देता हूँ. Use this property. Use this property and use another property of list. What is the definition of list? List is the list mutable or immutable? Mutable होती है list. Okay, so use this cr dot columns and use the property of list which says it is mutable, and then try to rename it. So what I do is CR contact करना है, CR करना है, कौन सा column है? Let's create that column separate. नाम क्या हमारा? श्याम बाबू बिंदु CR डॉट ठीक है, ये श्याम is just available, right? ठीक है, now this contact can be used to add your rows also and can be used to add your columns also. So how definitely have to take access equal to this indicator that is the column. पहले 13 columns में 3 columns में 40 और ऐड किया तो ठीक है, CR हमने किस नाम से ऐड किया था? श्याम बाबू। वहां पे ऐड किस नाम से हुआ है? सेम नाम से। So basically there are two columns which have been added. There are two columns with the same name. ठीक है, एक को एप्लीकेंट इनकम और एक को एप्लीकेंट अगर देखो ना तो चेंजेस आते हैं तो को एप्लीकेंट इनकम सॉल्व होगी। So 150 यहां पे 150 का नाम है 235 change the column name so that ये name same रहे, ये वाला name इसको ऊपर करें। ठीक है, now you have the class. Anyone lucky person? Not lucky person. इस बार तो मैंने बता दिया ना क्या कहता है। Did people use the rename property? Did they give the actual name or the position? Position दिया, फिर भी चेंज नहीं हुआ, right? पोजीशन देने से नाम तो चेंज हुआ होगा, बट दोनों चेंज हुए होंगे, राइट? ठीक है, ओके। सो फॉर एग्जांपल now, so I hope people have tried. So when you are trying to change the name of one column, another is also getting changed. ठीक है ना? Other is also getting changed. Let's do one thing. किसी ने मेरे इस हिंट को पकड़ा, लिस्ट में कन्वर्ट करके लिस्ट म्यूटेबल नहीं? अच्छा चलो, no problem. So CR dot shape. How many columns I have? 15 columns. Which column I want to change? I want to rename this last column. Now, if I take this thing and if I run the type function on this, so it is saying it is a kind of index. Okay. What I can do is, let me say I am creating a list L2. मैंने एक list में convert कर लिया उसे list. Now, if I check the list, do you notice all the names are there? And if you notice, these two names are same, but list तो होती है mutable. If I want to select the last column, how many entries I have? I can use the len function and find the number of entries. 15 entries. There are 15 entries. So if I want to select the last entry, I can just say 14 because indexing starts from 0. Now, इसका क्या नाम देना चाहते हो? श्याम बाबू या कुछ और? श्याम बाबू? अच्छा नहीं, अच्छा चलो श्याम बाबू, सबने बोला तो यही दे, लेट्स से श्याम बाबू, जस्ट एन एग्जांपल। ठीक है, so basically what it means I want to replace the 14th entry with Shyam Babu. Now again check, Shyam Babu aa gaye, but has the changes been done in the data frame? क्या data frame में change हुआ है अभी तक? Answer is no. cr.add, you will notice that changes are still not reflecting. It is still co-applicant income. But now it's very simple. What I'll do is I'll just say cr.columns equal to L2. पूरा का पूरा लिस्ट चेंज हो गया cr.head. Check your 2 rows. So 1 second. श्याम बाबू आ गया यहाँ पे and यहाँ पे still you have co-applicant income. Getting my point? So how did I do it? Let me again recap it. First of all, what did I do? So code दिखने में बड़ा लग रहा है, then it's just very simple. I converted into a list, made the change in the list, and applied that list again in the this thing. Okay, so basically these are the 3 lines which I have done. And those who have joined online, because, guys, don't get confused with Shyam Babu. The Shyam is a one person over here, and we were having some fun, so that's why I've taken this thing. You take some logical. Okay. So using these 3 lines, I have made the changes. Okay. List mutable होती है, उसका advantage समझ में आया? और usage. And make a note that when you have a duplicate column, this is the only way. I want to only way, but this is the way to do it. लेन फंक्शन रन करो। जब तुमने सपोज कुछ एरर हो गई, तुमको लास्ट लाइन पढ़ने समझ में आता है क्या बोलना चाह रहा है। लिस्ट असाइनमेंट इंडेक्स आउट ऑफ रेंज, इससे क्या माइंड में
समझ सकता है
आउट ऑफ रेंज हो गया। आउट ऑफ रेंज क्या हो गया, हमें ज्यादा देनी होगा, कैसे पता लगाओगे? लेन फंक्शन रन करने से पता चल जाएगा उसकी लेंथ कितनी है। हां, लेंथ करिए पहले, लेंथ एलियन रैपिड में डालो। लेंथ फंक्शन भूल जाओ क्या? रन 14 रिकॉर्ड है उसमें। लेंथ 14 है बट इंडेक्सिंग तो 0 से स्टार्ट होती है ना, तो जब तुम्हें लास्ट वाले में चेंज करना था तो 13 देना। मेरे में 15 कॉलम्स थे इसलिए 14 दिया था। तुम्हारे में टोटल 14 है इसलिए यहाँ पे 13 दीजिए। हां, into 13। हां, तुमने क्या देखा? आगे जाके ड्रॉप बताऊंगा कि ड्रॉप करना है। अच्छा, कैन यू मूव हेड? सबको क्लियर है हाउ टू रीनेम द डुप्लीकेट कॉलम्स? ठीक है, अच्छा चलो अब थोड़ा सा एनालिसिस पार्ट हो जाए। अच्छा, लेट मी आस्क यू वन क्वेश्चन। All these changes and everything I have done, ठीक है, मैं एक काम करता हूँ, एक सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन। गाइस सब लोग प्लीज यहाँ पे देखो। नाउ प्रॉब्ली द एनालिटिक्स पार्ट इज स्टार्टिंग। So if I run my head function, I can see education and the income, right? If I ask you some question, if I ask a very simple question, is education playing any role in income? तो तुम्हें क्या लगता है, हाउ वुड यू, व्हाट डू यू थिंक, डज एजुकेशन प्लेज एनी रोल इन द इनकम? मुझे आंसर वैसा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे आंसर डेटा पे चाहिए। मुझे ये नहीं सोचना है, मुझे ये नहीं जानना तुम क्या सोचते हो, ठीक है? मुझे डेटा तुम्हारे सामने है, उसके बेसिस पे चाहिए। If I ask you this question, is education playing any role in the income? Or if I ask change any other question, is gender playing any role in the income? कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है मेल ज्यादा कमा रहे हैं या फीमेल कम कमा रहे हैं, whatever. So she is saying yes. उसको पता है कि yet probably females are having some issue. डेटा में दिख रहा है, कैसे दिख रहा है? How would you prove it? So जिन लोगों ने बोला है ना कि एजुकेशन डजंट प्ले एनी रोल इन इनकम, तो तुम लोग इस क्लास में कर क्या रहे हो? बाहर चले जाओ, ठीक है? So don't think about those dropout जिन्होंने बिलियनियर बन गए, ठीक है? Those are just an outlier है, ठीक है? अपने आजू बाजू जाओ, उठा के देखो, जितने गरीब तुम्हें दिखेंगे मोस्ट ऑफ देम वुड बी अनएजुकेटेड। एक रिक्शे वाले से लेके ठेले वाले तक को देखो, मोस्ट ऑफ देम वुड बी अनएजुकेटेड, ठीक है? और कंपनी में जितने टॉप लेवल पे जाओगे मोस्ट ऑफ देम वुड बी हार्वर्ड एजुकेटेड, ठीक है? हाईली एजुकेटेड होंगे, ठीक है? बट इफ आई आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन, इज एजुकेशन प्लेइंग एनी रोल इन द इनकम, so you might say yes or no, but can you prove it through some data point? कैसे प्रूव करें हम? Or rather, is gender playing any role in the income? Or if I change my question, is loan status playing any, is credit history playing any role in your loan approval? Is credit history playing any role in loan approval or rejection? What do you think? Play to karta hoga. The people who are having good credit history, their chances of loan approval would be high, and those who are having bad credit history, chances of loan approval would be less. But then how do I prove it? Or how do I show it with the numbers? Kaise? Okay, let's try to do one thing. Let's take this education part. So if I can find, will people agree, if I can find the mean income of graduates and non-graduate, then I can answer this question. So how to answer this question? I can find mean or median income separately for grads and non-grads. Then this question can be answered. Jiska mean ya median zyada hoga, it means that person is earning more, or chances of earning graduates or non-graduates are different. Agar mean is almost same, then probably I can say education doesn't play any role. Okay, so let's try to answer this first question. And if I am able to answer this first question, all the other questions will get automatically answered in the same fashion. Okay. Now, one good thing is you have already learned SQL. So I hope people remember group by. Group by yaad aata hai? So what I'll do, I'll say cr.group by. Now, if I want to do a group by, I want to answer this question, education wala. Then I will take this education column. Okay, cr.group by, and then I'll say education. I run this thing and I don't get any error. But what do I want? I want to find the mean income of graduates and non-graduate separately. So what I'll say cr.group by education, then I'll say dot applicant income. So applicant income is the name of your column. Isko yahan liya dot mean. Now you get the graduate mean income is 5602. Non-graduate mean income is 3700. So can you notice the difference of around $2,000, which is a very big difference. And agar we already know the problem associated with the mean, it is highly influenced by your outlier. So what I can do is I can find the median also. So can you notice median income of graduate is also quite high. It is 4,000, and for non-graduate it is 3,333. So how did I do this? I said group by. Remember group by function in your SQL. If you are doing a group by, you need to give some column. Kis pe group by karna hai? And then applicant income is your numeric column, and you are already finding the mean. and this is coming in so many digits. So what I can do is यहाँ पे मैं डाल दूंगा round, ठीक है ना? और if you want answer till 2-digit decimal, ऐसा डाल दो. Clear? Everyone please do. So देख रहे हो graduate और नॉन ग्रेजुएट, तो पढ़ाई लिखाई का कुछ तो फायदा है, ठीक है? तो थोड़ा पढ़ लो. अब तो डेटा के साथ प्रूफ कर दिया. बोलो क्या बोल रहे? कुछ तो ऐसे जोक कर रहा है, शेयर करो. कितना क्या बोल रहा है? कितना नहीं बताओ तो सही. कितना? अभी तो तुम्हें बताया ना पढ़ने का फायदा है. अभी पूछो क्वेश्चन, पढ़ते रहो. Round is, see, best thing is to they say you remove this round, and you notice you get answer in so many digits of a decimal. So round is to round up. So if you say round 2, if you say dot round 2, so it will give you answer till 2-digit decimal. ठीक है? अब ब्रेक की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट पे लेट. ब्रेक लेना था तो पहले बताते, मैं पहले दे देता. तुम लोगों ने बताया नहीं, इससे मैंने दिया. अब तो तुम लोग को प्रूव कर दिया पढ़ाई लिखाई का फायदा है. अब पढ़ते रहो, कोई बात नहीं. भूखे प्यास से आज पढ़ाई करो. Guys, please, jokes apart, do your coding. Group by education, applicant income dot median. Okay. Now try answering this question. Is gender playing any role in the income? ऐसा तो नहीं हमारी दुनिया जेंडर बाइज्ड है अभी भी. वैसे तो हम लोग काफी आगे बढ़ गए, बट लेट्स सी क्या दुनिया अभी भी जेंडर बाइज्ड है? आई होप इट्स नॉट. ग्रुप बाय एंड देन यू कैन से जेंडर, and then again you can find your mean or the median income. Let me first find the mean. थोड़ा है. So mean income of males is 5256 and mean income of female is 4458. So let's go for the median and let's see. At least median income should be same. Okay, so median, in terms of median income, probably it's not that bad. So chances of male female earning is same. Guys, please try answering this last question. Is credit history playing any role in loan approval? किसके चांसेस ज्यादा हैं? 1 के चांसेस ज्यादा हैं या 0 के चांसेस ज्यादा हैं? जीरो के ज्यादा हैं. So based upon what you have done, so credit history is 1 and 0, right? So I can say CR dot. वैसे भूख मुझे भी लगी है, ऐसी बात नहीं है. Credit history. Okay. And then you can say dot. What do you want to find? Loan status के लिए क्या लगाया? Oh, इसके लिए ना, I think this will not work properly. Loan status. Not the value underscore counts. Will it work? No, it is not working. Okay, let's do one thing. So over here, what I'll do, I'll say PD dot cross tab, एक cross tabulation build कर. So CR dot credit history, right? Comma CR dot all status. Now you get this type of table. Everyone look at this table and I'm going to pick one person who will explain me these numbers. उसको इन numbers से क्या समझता है? So I have set PD dot cross tab. Cross tab means cross tabulation. Credit history and loan status. What are these numbers conveying? ये numbers को कैसे read करेंगे? Probably जिसके mind में आया अरे ये तो बहुत simple table है, उसने गलत सोचा है. In a way ये confusion matrix जैसा create हुआ है. It is a confusion matrix जो तुम्हारे सारे algorithms में आने वाला है. Whether it is logistic, decision tree, random forest, you name any algorithm and this type of table will always come. Okay? बताओ अभी भी किसी को लंच ब्रेक को जाना है? ठीक है? या समझना है? समझना है? ठीक है, तो फिर समझो. अच्छा, I will put this on the paint window. Okay. Paint window is visible?
No.
No? अच्छा ठीक. Probably I'll share the entire screen. Before I move ahead, everyone please pay attention over here. So CR dot loan status. What are the two values you are having? You are having Y and N over here. And in credit history, you are having 1 and 0. You are having 0 and 1. You are having 0 and 1. How to read this table? Okay. And this is the basis of probably almost all the algorithms. Later on, you will realize this is known as your kind of confusion matrix. So you have to read this table in two ways. One is look from top to down. And another you look from left to right. Okay. So if you look from top to bottom or top to down, you are able to see the loan status. Loan status का N and Y दिखता है. And credit history का 0 and 1 दिखता है. So this thing is mapped to your credit history. And this thing is mapped to your loan status. So basically, do you notice it is a 2 by 2 matrix? It is a 2 by 2 matrix. What is this 140 people? These 140 people, if you look from the top, they belong to class N. सबको दिखता है? If you look from the top, they belong to class N. And if you look from left to right, they belong to class 0. It means there are 140 people who belong to credit history 0 and their loan was rejected. फिर से statement सुनो. It means there were 140 people who belong to credit history 0 and their loan was rejected. Now let me take another number. I'll change the color. What about these 640 people? अगर ऊपर से देखा तो Y में आता है and left to right देखा तो 1 में आता है. It means their credit history was 1 and loan status was Y. Y means it was approved. अब समझ में आ रहा है? So can you notice the difference? Those who are falling in Y category, उनके loan approve के chances ज्यादा है. What about this 8? What about these 8? If you look from top, they belong to class Y. If you look from left to right, they belong to class 0. It means out of 981 people or whatever, there are 8 people who belong to credit history 0 and their loan status was approved. Lucky people. खराब credit history थी, but फिर भी loan approved हो गया. आगे जाके प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होता है, ठीक है। What about these 114? These 114, if you look from the top, these belong to class N. ऊपर से देखा तो N के अंदर में आ रहा है, and left to right देखा तो 1 में आ रहा है. It means there were 114 people for whom the credit history was 1 and loan status was N. Unlucky people. अच्छी credit history थी, still loan was rejected. Now do you notice if your loan status is 1, if your credit history is 1, chances of loan approval are high. Can you notice these 640 people, they belong to credit history 1 and their loan was approved. देखते हो? So from this table I can easily prove that if your credit history is good, chances of approval are also high. ठीक है, अब सब लोग प्लीज क्रिएट करो. Tell me. Okay, I'll have a look. Try resolving it. If it doesn't, I'll have a look. But इससे पहले कि मैं क्लास एंड करूं, let me give some assignment. मैंने अभी किसी को मेल भेजा था, right? Are you able to see my screen, right? So the code is very simple. अच्छा, in this thing, again guys, everyone again have a look. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this code in a little different way. मैं क्या करूंगा, क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री को यहाँ पे दे दूंगा. Can you notice I am getting the same thing? Only thing is from left to right you are seeing your loan status and from top to bottom you are seeing your credit history. Data भी same है, but ऊपर और नीचे का numbers change हो गए. ठीक है ना? The numbers are still same. The diagonal is still same. 8 and 114 has changed. ठीक है? Okay, so give me a minute. First of all, अच्छा मैंने किसको मेल भेजा था, तुम जस्ट स्टार्ट है PTMS जोशी, ठीक है. एंड नेक्स्ट ईमेल वाज KA कल्पेश, KND कल्पेश 6, राइट? ओके, तुम्हारा ईमेल आईडी ऐसा लग रहा है कॉम्प्रोमाइज हुआ है. मैंने 2 शीट्स शेयर किए. पास इट टू ऑल ऑफ देम, नॉट इन हरी. 10 मिनट बाद भी करोगे तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं. आई एम नॉट टेकिंग देम एज ऑफ नाउ, बट आई विल एक्सप्लेन. But make sure you pass it. Okay, guys. So everyone have a look. And even before you have a look, I'll tell you तुम्हें करना क्या है. बड़ी simple सी चीज तुम लोगों को करनी है. So I am sharing two files. What you need to do is, for both of the file, you have to read the file, find the nulls, replace the null with some logical value, and convert all non-numeric to numbers. सिर्फ इतनी चीज करनी है. Possible है? For replacing the nulls, you already know fill in a. For converting non-numeric to numbers, you know replace function. ठीक है? तुम लोग ने बड़ा अच्छे से हाँ बोला है. So I am very confident. Now डेटा तो देख लेते हैं. चलो कोई बात नहीं, अब तो हाँ बोल ही दिया. ठीक है? So this is the data. So property price, later on we will build the model on it. When you learn the linear regression, we'll build the model. So how many rows, how many columns we have? I have these many columns, so I can just do shift tab. So 81 columns I have. Okay. And how many rows I have? Around 1459. So number of rows are less. Okay. So can you notice all these columns? सारे columns जहां जहां पे भी null आ रहा है, replace all the nulls and convert all non-numeric to numbers. So for example, you need to check यहाँ पे कितने categories हैं, gravel and paved. So you will say road type, then replace mark paved as 1, gravel as 0, whatever. So for example, utility में इतने types हैं. Or example, your neighborhood. In neighborhood, you have these many. So handle all of them. ठीक है? Handle all of them. Please try करो. Just 1 second. Let me complete. And अभी नहीं, कल जब मंडे को आओ तो ये होना चाहिए. अभी करना है तो अभी करो. I don't mind. ठीक है? वो मोटिवेट हो गया. पढ़ने वालों की इनकम ज्यादा होती है. ठीक है? Is everyone clear with the problem statement? ठीक है? So this is the data set. So later on I'll tell you the name of the few columns. In columns का नाम क्या? But probably at the end you can see the sales price. घर की कीमत कितनी है? So this data set belongs to, if you are selling the house, guys, please 1 second. If you are selling the house, at what price your house would be sold? So price of the house may depend upon number of factors, right? Building class क्या है? Whether you have a road near your house, property, ठीक है? Number of things. So तुम्हारा house कैसा है? House design, whatever, right? Number of things. Same thing you have to do with your another data set, that is your Titanic. Titanic movie याद है? एक ship होता है जो चलता है, फिर कुछ कुछ हो जाता है. ठीक है? Okay, so यहाँ पे भी the same data. So you have the data of the for around 1300 passengers who were traveling. So you have P class as in passenger class, survived में 1 and 0. 1 means person survived, 0 means चला गया. ठीक है? Sex, male, female, age. So male, female, mark 1, 0, whatever, SIB, pass, whatever. ठीक है? So ticket number, fare number, cabin, embark, board. ठीक है? So based upon your understanding, ship data है, customer data. So ticket number, fare. So what is the fare of the ticket? Fare means कितने रुपए का टिकट और कितने पाउंड्स का टिकट था rather. Embark, board, ship. ठीक है? Do the same thing. Read that data, handle your nulls, and convert your non-numeric to numbers. Now I hope one thing is clear कि कोई home destination को convert करते नहीं बैठेगा. Right? Home destination no one will convert, and probably let's say name no one will convert. Let it be non-numeric itself. ठीक है? And then for example this cabin also no need to convert, right? ठीक है? Ticket कहाँ? हाँ, ticket तो already numbers में. Even if ticket is non-numeric, then also no, you not convert. Ticket is just a unique identifier. ठीक है? Monday को जब मैं आऊँगा तो फिर मेरे को सबके नोटबुक में ये इन दोनों का होना चाहिए. एंड प्लीज कोई ये नहीं बोलेगा एक का किया एक का नहीं किया. ठीक है? ये एक बड़ा कॉमन सा एक्सक्यूज होता है लोगों का कि यहाँ थोड़ा कर लेते हैं दिखाने के लिए. ऐसा कोई एक्सक्यूज मुझे मत देना. ठीक है? जस्ट लेट मी फर्स्ट कंप्लीट. ऐसा कोई एक्सक्यूज मत देना. अनदर थिंग, कोई चीटिंग मत करना. करोगे तो तुरंत पकड़ में आ जाएगा. ठीक है? क्योंकि मैं सबका कोड देखूंगा तो मुझे पता चल जाएगा किसने कहाँ से उठाया. ठीक है? एवरीवन रीड द फाइल, डू दिस डेटा क्लीनिंग, मच नेसेसरी. एक बार करके लेके आओ, फिर मैं एक शॉर्टकट बताऊंगा विच विल हैंडल दिस प्रॉब्लम, ठीक है। और साथ में ये भी नोट करो कि कितना टाइम लगा, ठीक है, हर एक डेटा सेट पर। हाँ, नाउ टेल मी, just 1 second, I'll end the session and then probably I'll take your question. So ठीक है guys, with this I'll end the session. Thank you for joining. Question, अरे नहीं पता, इतनी देर से तो बोल रहे हैं. Read the file, find the null, replace the nulls with logical value and convert all non-numeric to numbers. I'll put this on the chat, ना? Take it from the chat. ठीक है, तो मुझे कंप्लीट तो कर लेने दो. ठीक है. So I hope people enjoyed today's session, and with this I'll end the session. Thank you for joining. And I repeat, tomorrow I'm not taking any session, but Monday we meet.